da was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Rum links, 2, 3, rum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein in die Arbeit einheimst komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links 2, 3, drum links 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein in die Arbeiter einheimst komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links 2, 3, drum links 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein in die Arbeiter einheimst komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to what may indeed be the last episode of Socialism Saturday if things keep going as they are going. I'm only half joking when I say that. But for today anyway, Socialism Saturday is where we watch the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian, and the reason that we watch the far left is because we're the only people who do this on the internet, and we are the only ones that know what's going on, and everyone else thinks they know what's going on, but they have no idea because none of them actually listen to the far left. They just listen to conservative clickbait, outrage, nonsense, and BS. And so we're trying to be responsible. Sadly, it is very hard for people to want to behave responsibly when they are constantly served up bullshit and nonsense by their favorite conservative influencer. There are only 30 people watching because YouTube has changed their algorithm and people are fucking lazy. That's what's going on. I promise you this is what's going on. They're not getting notifications. They're waiting for YouTube notifications, even though it's only been 4.5 years that I've been saying, don't rely on YouTube notifications. I go live at the same goddamn time every fucking week. But this has been going on the channel all week. YouTube did something to change their algorithm and they have completely fucked my channel and they have completely fucked my live stream. And I thought mistakenly that I had people in my audience that actually cared, but apparently I fucking don't. Well, I have some people that care. Most people are too lazy to even bother to do anything that YouTube does not notify them to do. And I promise you, it's because YouTube is not sending out notifications. Yep. Not sending out notifications. Great. You know, for the last couple days, I've been really ruminating on what do I do about this? Is it even worth it for me to stream anymore? And every time I threaten to quit, I have people coming back saying, Carlin, you can't quit. Your work is so important. But it's not apparently important enough for people to actually show up. It's not apparently important enough for people to join the Telegram channel and get notifications that way. It's not important enough for people to just know that, hey, the show's on Saturdays at 6 p.m. like every Saturday and has been for 2 years. Like, I just don't know what to say. And so I'm really, I've been going back and forth on what to do about this problem. And, there are some moments when I am like, there are some moments, yeah, this is emotional abuse. It really is. Yeah. There are some moments when I'm like, fuck it, I'm just going to stream and whoever shows up, shows up. There are more moments lately when I'm just like, not enough. Because if they're not getting the notification for the stream, it doesn't serve them. So here is how the vast majority of people use YouTube. Whatever shows up on their homepage is what they watch. They don't look at their subscriptions feed. I get no views from my subscriptions feed. Like no views. None. It's basically whatever shows up on their notifications or whatever shows up on their homepage. And so if the video is not served to them in their notifications and the video is not served to them on their homepage, they're just like, wow, why isn't Carlin live? And then they don't even bother to look because they're lazy. And so not enough. I spent 2 hours this morning teaching my hairstylist about socialism and social reproductive theory. She was freaking out as expected. Hey, that's really great news, LK. I really do appreciate that. See, that's awesome. And it's messages like LK's. It's messages like this that make me want to go, fuck it. I'm not going to let YouTube and their bullshit get me down. I'm going to keep doing whatever it is I can do to get people to watch this content, to understand this content. But I'll tell you what, it has been a little demoralizing lately. It has been more than a little demoralizing because the fact of the matter is if I can't get people to actually watch the content, then there's just no point in doing any of this because this content is all that fucking matters. This content is how people learn. This content is how people understand what's really going on because they see it happen right in front of them, and you can't deny that. But it is extraordinarily demoralizing, I'll tell you what. It is extraordinarily demoralizing. And then I put out this video the other day where I was like, should I just quit? Seriously, should I just quit? And yeah, see, this is the common story. I have to type in the channel half the time because YouTube doesn't serve the content from the channel. Yeah, that's exactly right. My channel's been shadow banned on YouTube for years. Ever since 2020. And I've learned how to deal with it to a certain extent, but then I can always tell the minute that YouTube changes the algorithm, which they absolutely changed it about a week ago. I've had this problem all week. Everything was going fine. I was actually getting like more views than normal on my channel until last week. And now the views have completely fallen off the fucking cliff again. And so when something just like, when something's going fine and it's going up, and then it just plummets off a cliff for no reason, that's when I'm like, YouTube is fucking around with the algorithm again. YouTube has done something to fuck with my channel. Yeah, it's not like I stream at different times every day. I literally stream at the same time every single day, but people can't be bothered to show up because people are lazy. And this is really the point. It's like, you know, a couple months ago, I unbanned everyone that I ever banned on the channel. And it was more a practical thing. Like I banned people over the years for a lot of different reasons. And some of those reasons, I'm like, maybe I was being a little bit too harsh. Maybe I was being too much of a bitch. So I just unbanned everyone on the channel because it was much easier than going through and like selectively unbanning, because YouTube just makes it impossible to do that. And so ever since I unbanned a whole bunch of people from the channel, I've all of a sudden had these people showing up that absolutely should have been banned from my channel in the first place. And so last week when I did a stream basically saying, should I just quit? Like, is this even worth it anymore? Should I be spending time doing this? I got all these comments from people. The overwhelming feedback that I got from people is, you suck, we hate you, you're mean, you yell at everyone, how dare you be so mean to everyone, I'm not going to learn from you, I don't care what you have to say, you're a psycho, you're a narcissist, blah, 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 blah. That was in my feed for days because I unbanned all these assholes on my channel who then felt the need to come into my comments and say, yeah, you should just quit, you should just quit. And the thing of it is I know I have a lot of people who support my work, I know I have a lot of people who love my work, I know I have a lot of people who do show up, but I don't hear from those people. I hear from the people who are saying, this is all a waste of time, you suck, you're too mean, this is too hard, this is too boring, I don't want to do this, why are you making me do this, why are you so mean? Every single day. I don't have to deal with this shit on Substack. I just don't. And so I'm really kind of mulling over, what do I do about this? What do I do about this? Is it even worth it to continue streaming? Because I don't make a ton of money from streaming. I just don't. I make some money, and I appreciate it. I appreciate when you guys send in super chats. Super chats is the only way that I make money streaming. I don't have enough eyes on my videos to make any money from advertising at all, but you guys do send in super chats, and that is helpful. I mean, I'm not going to lie. But this takes up hours and hours and hours of my day, 6 days a week. And it's not just the hours I spend streaming, it's the hours I spend prepping for the stream. Well, then the real resources are going to go away. I don't buy this excuse. People need to start behaving like adults. And if they don't want to behave like adults, I don't have to do this anymore. And you know, it's not that, you know, I'm really been going back and forth on this. I've been going back and forth, and I'm talking and rambling right now, hoping that more people start to realize the stream is live and actually come and join the stream, and maybe the numbers will get back up. And I don't know why everyone hasn't mounted the like button yet. Well, Carlin, you're just complaining and you're just doing drama, and I'm not going to mount the like button until you stop complaining and you stop doing drama. Okay, well. That will be the answer, by the way, for people who haven't. I don't want to. I'm watching on my TV. I don't want to pull out my phone and do the like button. I'm just watching on my TV. Why can't I just watch on my TV? Why do you need me to mount the like button? I need you to mount the like button because mounting the like button is how my content actually gets served to people, which is how I break out of the YouTube shadow ban. And if you are watching my content and you can't even mount the damn like button, I just don't know what to say, bro. I just don't know what to say. I just don't know what to say. So I've been going back and forth in my head about what to do about this situation for the past couple of days. And there are times when I'm like, fuck it, I'm just gonna do the streams that I've been doing, and whatever happens. And that's just the way it goes. And there's nothing I can do about the YouTube shadow ban, and there's nothing I can do about the algorithm, and I can't force people to care about this issue. I really can't. I cannot force people to actually care about this issue. If I could do that, I would have done it a long time ago. LK says, I was at a GOP event yesterday. My dad refused to introduce me to the GOP candidate for Michigan State School Board because I wanted to ask him about his plan to defund the Michigan Department of Education. Well, that was nice about your dad to not provide like a basic introduction. That's nice. Thanks for the super chat, LK. I do appreciate it. So part of me wants to say, fuck it, I'm just going to keep doing the streaming like I've been doing it because I think my content is good, and I think my content is helpful, and I know my content is educating people, and I know there are a lot of people who appreciate my content. For all the people who don't, I know there are a lot of people who do, and I'm in a more blessed position than most people in that I teach, you know, thousands of people a day on video across all the different things. And that's not insignificant. It might seem insignificant in terms of like my videos aren't getting tens of thousands of views. I almost kind of wonder, like, is there some reason? Like, is it actually beneficial for me to fly under the radar more? And in some respects, I think it is. But teaching thousands of people every day on video is still a lot. It's still a lot. When I was doing corporate training, it would be a really good day if I taught 1,000 people. If I got a presentation like in person where there were 1,000 people, and that did happen, that was a really good day. It doesn't happen often that you get 1,000 people in the room. I can get 1,000 people in the room on the internet rather easily. And so, you know, there is that. But the other part of it is I am so tired of having to beg people to do basic things. I'm so tired of it. I am so tired of saying, can you mount the like button? No, seriously, can you mount the like button? You can stop coming up with excuses for why you're not mounting the like button. It takes 2 seconds to mount the like button. It's just to click on the internet. I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of saying, I go live at the same time every single day. You don't need a notification. Like, it's very predictable. I'm so tired of doing that. I'm so tired of begging people to do this. I'm so tired of people telling me that they deeply care about this content and that they want to teach other people, and then I can't get them to retweet a video. I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of it. And I feel like I can only push the boulder up the hill for so long by myself. And all these people who swear that they love my content, who swear that my content is important, who swear that they value it, if I can't get them to show up to do, really basic things. I'm not even talking about giving money at this point. I'm talking about clicking a button to indicate some sort of affinity for the thing that they claim to want. That's all I'm talking about. If I can't get people to do that, then what on earth makes me believe that I can get people to go out into the world and actually teach this content, which is the point of all of this. The point of all of this is that I am teaching you this content. I am breaking it down in the most simple way that I can possibly break it down, with the expectation that if I teach you, you go out into the world and you teach other people, because that is the only way that this stops. That is the only way. The media is never going to cover this content. I had someone in my comments on YouTube earlier, Carlin, why don't you reach out to the Republican Party? Why they would want this content? Like, okay, why didn't I think of that? Oh, wait, I did. And they don't actually want the content, and they don't care, and they don't want their people to know about this because it completely disrupts the narrative that they've been selling them for years. So we can't rely on other people to do this shit. We just can't rely on them. The Republican Party doesn't care. The GOP doesn't care. Conservative influencers don't care. The pundits don't care. The news media doesn't care. They are never going to share this content. I cannot emphasize this enough. Why don't you just go on other shows? A, I don't want to. B, they don't care. And again, I feel like I've been over this over and over and over and over and over again. The only way that this works is if people take it upon themselves to show up, to learn as much as they possibly can. I don't want to hear any excuses from people saying, I've already learned enough. I know everything. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. That's absolute bullshit. I don't want to do it anymore. It's boring. Yeah, well, I don't want to do it either. And if you don't want to do it and you can take time off because it's boring for you, then why am I even showing up? The deal has always been, I will continue to show up for you as long as you show up for me. The minute that you stop showing up for me is the minute I stop showing up for you. The left does boring things all the time. The left does boring things day in and day out. The left doesn't complain when they have boring things to do. They just sit down and they do them. And I'm surrounded by people, not everyone. And I think I think right now I'm talking to the people who get it. And this is the sad thing. Right now I am talking to the people that this does not apply to. Because if you're listening to this, you actually care about what the issue is. But I am literally surrounded by people who claim to care about the issue, and then all they do is whine and complain and whine and complain and whine and complain and come up with every excuse not to engage in and come up with every excuse not to do the basic things. And then I have to beg them and plead with them and cajole them to do the most basic things, and they still don't do it. And I just can't do it anymore. I can't do this anymore, given the state of things. So here is what I need in order to continue. I need people to show up. I need people to share this content. I need people to go out and to tell more people to come to these streams. I need people to retweet things when I post them on Twitter. I need people to bookmark things when I post them on Twitter. I need people to share that stuff out, because every time you do that, I can, if you do a quote tweet of a video of like the socialist content, I can retweet that out to my audience, and that increases the audience. I need people to start doing the most basic things. I need people to subscribe to the Substack, carlin.substack.com. I need people when I post new content on there to share it out. That's what I need. If you want, and I am speaking to the people who are serious about this now, if you want these streams to continue, when I'm giving you over a dozen hours of content for free every week. I'm not even asking people to pay money, although super chats are nice, memberships are nice, all that stuff. So and the reason I say that is that's going to be another excuse. Is people going to say, you're just grifting, you're a grifter, 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 you're just grifting, you just want people to pay money. I'm like, yo, like, so here's what I need. I need people to show up, and I need them to start sharing things, and I need them to start doing basic things like clicking the goddamn like button, and I need them to do it consistently, and I need for there to be a reality in which I stop begging people to do this. And if you guys don't want to do it, that's fine. It really and truly is. It really and truly is. It is fine. But if people don't want to help, if people don't want to support this, if clicking a like button is a step too far, if clicking a retweet button is a step too far, if you can't post something on your Facebook page, if you can't do the basic things, then why should I continue to show up? That is the question. Other creators don't have this problem. A lot of them do. Now, I don't want to make it seem like I'm unique in this regard. A lot of creators do actually have this problem. So this isn't just unique to me. But there are creators that don't. And again, for people who are telling me this content is so important, this content is so important, this content is so important, I need you to start acting like it's important. No, I should not have to have a constant banner on the bottom of the screen saying, don't forget to like this video. This is actually the point. This is actually the point. All right, now that I've been talking for 20 minutes, we're actually starting to get up to almost an acceptable number of people watching the stream. And again, everyone, I need you all to mount the like button for me because YouTube is shadow banning my content again. We are going back to our old friends, the Denver Communists, today. The reason we're going back to the Denver Communists is the Denver Communists have a boat ton of content. And it's divvied up into smaller chunk videos. And I like the Denver Communists because the Denver Communists say the quiet part out loud. I like the Denver Communists because the Denver Communists explain things in a relatively simplistic manner. So this is actually pretty great content for new people who are just getting into socialism, who are just joining the stream. By the way, is there anyone new here? I know my little monologue at the beginning may not have been the most enticing thing for newbies. I get that. But what newbies need to understand is I've been here 3 years longer than you. So I'm allowed to take a point of personal privilege. But the Denver Communists are great for newbies because they speak in relatively clear terms. They say the quiet part out loud a lot, and they allow us to teach a lot of different elements of socialism, kind of like condensed into one stream. Hey, we've got Grace here. Grace is new from the UK. Grace, you're not the only person joining us from the UK. We appreciate you being here. Welcome. Jeff has been here for a couple weeks. We haven't scared him away yet. Jeff, we appreciate you being here. Welcome. It is important, guys, to tell me if you're new because and this is a problem I'm working on. We're trying to be better at getting people integrated into the content when they come to this new. Because for newbies, for people who've only been around for a couple weeks, we are basically throwing you into the deep end of the swimming pool and we're expecting you to swim, okay? Not all of you know how to swim, but this is how this works. We throw you into the deep end of the pool, we expect you to swim. So it can be a little bit overwhelming at times. It can be a little bit overwhelming. It can be a lot to take in, but just make sure that if you're new, just ask questions. Just make sure if you're confused about something, it's always okay to chat in and say, I don't understand what this means. All right. And so we will answer all questions. I will answer the questions. People in the chat that have been around for a long time will answer the questions. But it's also important that if you're new, just know that you kind of need to allow the content to wash over you to a certain extent. And you just need to do a lot of listening when you're new. Because you're going to go through an emotional process when you're new that you have to unlearn everything that you think you know about the left, because I promise you, most of you have never seen this type of content before. You may think you have, but you probably have not. And so there's a process that people go through where they have to unlearn everything they think they know. There's a lot of cognitive dissonance. And so it's a little bit of a hurdle. Don't try to debunk things, because debunking them doesn't actually accomplish anything. Every fiber of your being, you're going to want to debunk things, and you need to learn to push that desire down, put it off in the corner. This is not to say that everything these people are saying is correct. Most of the things they say are not correct. But if we spent every moment debunking every single thing these people said, we would never actually be able to learn from them. So we got a couple other people here that are new as well. I live in England. We're military, so I stayed up late. Oh, welcome. Welcome. Newly sub while watching my content says white fragility. Well, we've come a long way since white fragility, so I appreciate that. What flavor of communists? Are they the Revolutionary Communist Party? So there are... I'm slightly concerned this is a troll account, but I'm going to give it a fair shake. If this is a troll account, please don't. If you're not a troll account, I apologize. I'm slightly concerned this is a troll account, though. I guess we'll see. There are several different communist parties in the United States. This is not the Communist Party USA. The Communist Party USA is largely irrelevant. Sometimes we talk about the Revolutionary Communists of America. That's not who we're talking about tonight. Sometimes we talk about the Parties for Socialism and Liberation. That's not who we're talking about tonight. The American Communist Party is the Jackson Hinkle Hawes thing, and they're kind of largely irrelevant, and it's mostly just a social media stunt. So we don't tend to focus on them. The Denver Communists are radical revolutionary communists. They are as far left as you can go. They are not an organized political party in the way that you might think of it, because they don't actually believe in elections. They do not believe they are going to get their revolution through electoral means. They are Leninists. They are also queer Marxists. And Leninists are not always queer Marxists. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. And so the Denver Communists are basically as crazy as you can get. And so that is who we're looking at today. But there are all sorts of different flavors of communism in the U.S. And I always make sure that we know what specific group we're looking at, because different leftist groups in the U.S. have different beliefs. They do not all believe the same thing about everything, but they overlap in enough of their beliefs that we can ascertain the kind of general mise-en-scène of what the left is doing. Status Persona is new as a few weeks ago. We appreciate that. Robert is new from New Zealand. Welcome, Robert. Oh, the RevComs. Okay, now I know you're not a troll account because you name dropped some actual stuff. So we've never actually watched the RevComs. I know of the RevComs. The RevComs, again, not to be confused with the Revolutionary Communist Party, the Revolutionary Communists of America. Those are two completely different groups. The RevComs are like this, and you might actually have more information than I do, but I know enough about the RevComs. We've never actually watched them on Socialism Saturday, because I kind of view the RevComs as a little bit of like a more hippie socialist party. And they're not something that most far left activists that we follow interact with, but the RevComs always kind of show up. The RevComs show up at revolutionary bookstores. The RevComs show up on flyers and things at protests. So maybe we'll watch the RevComs someday. I have actually thought about it. We just haven't gotten around to it, to be honest about it. With the Denver commies being like the top three, well, okay, so kind of, yeah. So, you know, I don't know if I would say a specific top three, but the Denver communists are definitely part of the furthest far left radical revolutionaries. The Tempest Collective is also in the same category. Red May, which is the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists, they are actually in an alliance with the Denver Communists called Firebrand Collective. So these are all just, I don't necessarily do far left, but like these are as far left as they come. Oh, the RevComs are Maoist. We're going to talk about Mao tonight, actually, because most of the communists that we follow are not Maoists. They never mention Mao, but the Denver Communists actually have a video about Mao, and so I want to get their perspective on it. But this is actually a question that I've been asking about, like, why is James Lindsay talking about Mao all the time when most radical revolutionary socialists in America, they never mention Mao? They don't call themselves Maoists. They call themselves, Leninists, but they don't call themselves Maoist. They call themselves Marxist, but they don't call themselves Maoist. They never talk about Mao. They never talk about China. So this is actually one of the few videos that I've seen lately of like this type of socialist talking about Mao. And so I'm interested to hear what their perspective is. And I don't even know if this is a positive video on Mao or a negative video on Mao, because not all socialists like all things. So I guess we'll see. Yeah, I just don't see the RevComs showing up a lot in real radical organizing, to be honest with you. That's why we don't watch them. Turns out Maoism is not actually popular among the socialists. That's just a right-wing talking point. Hey, how about that? So I got a whole bunch of stuff pulled up here. I've got how to understand and defeat fascism with the Patriot Front Feds, which I just thought would be a nice little introduction. I have, we're coming for your toothbrush on the logical foundations of private property, which is, of course, going to be a discussion between private property and personal property, which is a trick that they use, but we will discuss that. I've got Don't Read Settlers, Racism and the White Proletariat. This is just for all my dissident right-wingers that come and watch the content with me, so we're going to talk about how they feel about white people. We've got that Mao presentation pulled up. These are all relatively short presentations, guys, so we can bang through a lot of them. How Marxists understand and fight oppression. That's just kind of a general presentation. Why did Marx call religion the opium of the people? And then why reformism can't win reforms. This is basically about their desire to not actually participate in electoral politics. And then I've got Marxism, morality, and human nature. So I've got a ton of videos pulled up. We might not get through all of them. We're going to kind of go for a little while, and we're going to see how far we get. And we're just going to watch a bunch of these videos from the Denver Communists. And what we're going to do is we're going to break them down. We're going to talk about it. We're going to break down the language. Again, if you guys have questions, please do let me know in the chat. I've got a couple of orders of business before we get started. One, I said when I was doing my little ranty rant that the number one thing that you need to do is make sure you are subscribed to my Substack. That is Carlin, Karlyn.substack.com. You can subscribe for free. Boastivus, thank you for the money to purchase some private property. I do appreciate that. You can subscribe to my Substack for free and get email updates. The vast majority of the content is free. But again, if you appreciate the work I'm doing, one of the number one things you can do is make sure you are a monthly or annual supporter on my Substack, because I am 100% grassroots funded. I do not have any big donors. That is by design. I do not want to be beholden to anyone. I do not work with any political organization. That is by design. I don't want to be beholden to anyone. I don't want to be in the position of needing to sell anyone's narrative. So the only way that I am able to maintain intellectual integrity, to tell you guys the truth, to tell you guys what the primary source evidence is, regardless of how anyone on either political side feels about it, the only way I'm able to do that is if you fund me directly. And I don't ask for a lot, $8 a month, $80 a year, and that provides access to all the content for everyone. I'm really hoping to keep all of the content on my main Substack as free as possible. I used to paywall a lot of stuff. I'm not paywalling stuff right now, but the only way that I'm able to do that is if people with the means to fund my work step up, sign up for a membership. If people don't do that at some point, I am going to have to start paywalling content, which I don't really want to do because I want to make sure this content is free for everyone. That's part of the purpose of what this is. Wolfgang says, I've been recently reading the free articles in the Substack. I'll upgrade in the beginning of next month. Hey, the beginning of next month is almost here, Wolfgang, so I do appreciate that. Another way you can support the work I'm doing is by heading over to another Substack I have called How to Speak Socialist. This is actually where I'm working on my next book right now. I am kind of in a writing binge right now where I'm really, 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 really hoping that I'm going to be able to finish this book, which is going to be called Re-Education, the Definitive Anti-Communist Guide to Decoding the Left. I am really hoping that I'm going to be able to finish this book by the end of October, with the goal being to minimally have a digital version of this book available before the end of the year. Now, the reason I want to do this so fast is because, quite frankly, it became obvious to me that there is a pretty urgent need for this book. I was originally working on a different book, and then I've kind of I put that down for a second, and now I'm picking up this one. I wrote a book called Actively Unwoke, The Ultimate Guide for Fighting Back Against the Socialist Utopia in Your Life. That is available on Amazon, and probably other places as well. I also wrote a book about mindfulness in the workplace back in the old days when I was an organizational psychologist. So this is going to be my third book. I'm actually working on a series of books right now. There's actually going to be multiple things that come out of this project. However, the thing is I'm no longer going through traditional publishing because traditional publishing takes effing forever and is not even worth it, because I can just self-publish and put it up on Amazon myself. And what I'm doing is that I'm actually putting all of my book drafts on this Substack. So if you go to speaksocialist.substack.com, you are going to find draft copies of me writing the book in real time. So you don't even have to wait for the book to be finished. You can access the drafts of the book right now, and you can fund my time writing it. So this is a completely separate Substack. This is a standalone thing. This is a premium thing. I ask people to sign up for $10 a month, $100 a year if they want access to the book drafts before they're written. I'm also doing audio versions in the form of a podcast that is available to subscribers only. And that way, like eventually this content will be packaged into a physical book. There might be typos and things. You might actually get to see content that doesn't actually make it into the final book, just depending on how it goes. But this gets the content out there and it gets it in front of people before the book actually gets published. And although I am trying to do this relatively quickly, I do think it's important that people have access to this content now. So this is a premium Substack. It is a supporter-only Substack, and this does help fund the work I'm doing, and I really, really do appreciate it. I actually just posted 2 chapters. Today, I posted a chapter, The Most Important Thing You Can Do to Fight the Left. You can see that is available. And you can get a 7-day trial on this thing to see if you really like it. You can kind of kick the tires of it a little bit. Earlier today, I published this chapter called The Rosetta Stone is Capitalism, which kind of starts to decode the language of the left. The book I'm working on right now is meant to be kind of a companion to Socialism Saturday. It's meant to be like a quick reference book for what does the left think about borders? What does the left think about environmental justice? What does the left think about racism? What does the left think about gender? What are their definitions of words? What are their what does the left think about Israel and Palestine? Why is Queers for Palestine a thing? All these different things. It's meant to be quick hits of information that allow you to really understand the coded language that the left is using, because the whole goal of Socialism Saturday is to teach people how to speak the language of the left so that you know when you're encountering it in the real world. And once you become fluent in the language of socialist, that changes everything. I also do have the Socialist Dictionary, of course, right here, which is a comprehensive socialist dictionary currently available on this Substack as well, which is also meant to be even a quicker reference hit. That's just like a full-on list of definitions with 1 or 2 sentences for each word. So I'm trying to do it in plain English, written as easily as possible. And that is what you can access now over on speaksocialist.substack.com, and I really do appreciate it. All right, with that out of the way. No more whining, no more complaining. Who's ready to learn about fascism? I see so many people mounting the like button. I really do appreciate everyone doing that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will check the book out in the new one. What is your goal with this YouTube channel? Do you think the USA... Oh, yeah, I think the USA is going to go communist. Yeah, I think we've got about 10 to 15 years left before there is a violent overthrow of the U.S. government. And so, like I said, guys, actually, this is a good opportunity. This is a good opportunity because I didn't do our rules of the chat. Let's see. Let's do our rules of the stream before we get into it. Again, this is for all new people. What we are doing here is we are learning how to speak the language of the left. The left does not speak English. They speak a bastardized version of English that I have called socialist. It sounds like English, but that doesn't mean it's English. They use completely different definitions of the words than you do. And so the purpose of this is to immerse yourself in the socialist mind in the form of a class and a research group where you are learning through immersion how to speak the language of the left. I cannot emphasize this enough. We take this seriously. The people in the chat take this seriously. So you have to think of yourself as being in a class, in an actual physical real world class. I am the teacher of the class. You are the students of the class. If you were in a physical real world class, you wouldn't run into the class and start screaming and throwing shit at the wall and complaining and swearing and shit posting and doing all that stuff. We do not allow this here. That's not to say we can't have fun in the chat, because we do have fun in the chat, but this is a class and I expect people to behave like adults and treat it as such. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other members of the audience. You are in my house. You are on my private property. My YouTube channel is my private property. I can say and do whatever I want. If you start making trouble in my house and you start insulting me and you start insulting other people in the chat, then you're going to get it right back and then you're going to get permanently banned. And I don't want that at all. I want everything to be nice. So let's all behave like adults. Let's just be chill. Number 3, no whining. I don't want to hear it. I'm not your mommy. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care about how mean you think I am. I don't care about how many times I go on a tangent and you're upset about that. I don't care about your feelings about me interacting with my chat. This is a classroom. So if I'm interacting with my chat, there's a purpose of interacting with the chat. So no whining, no complaining. I don't really care how you feel about it. If you don't like it, you can go and find anyone else on the internet that's teaching this content and you can go and learn from them. Oh, wait, there's no one else on the internet teaching the content like this, so you're kind of stuck here. Or not, whichever. Number 4, your job primarily is to listen. This is not about advancing a conservative narrative. I'm not a conservative. This is not about telling you the things that you want to hear. This is not about bargaining and debunking. This is about listening to what the left is saying so that you understand the world from their perspective. And if you break the rules, any rules that I give you, you ignore instructions that I give you, you act like a hooligan, I'm just going to permanently ban you because I don't want to have to deal with that shit. So those are the rules of the chat. Mark, I'm going to need you to do more listening, okay? I'm going to tell you this right now. You think you know everything. I know what perspective you're coming with. I've been doing this a long time. I think that you think you know everything, and I think that you're going to have a hard time with this if you don't sit back and listen. So I'm going to encourage you, Mark, if you have something to say, it should probably come in the form of a question. Even if you think you know something, it should come in the form of like a confirmation, because we're going to expose you to things that you probably haven't seen before, all right? All right, let's get this party started. We are starting off today with how to understand and defeat fascism from the Denver Communists.
Has a huge amount of literature on this, and so I won't be able to do that any justice today. I'll just try to give probably an introduction to this topic. So basically, what I want to do is to help us understand the revolutionary socialist tradition by contrasting it to some other currents within Marxism and within socialism most broadly. So as comrades may or may not be surprised to hear, communists such as Trotsky, Clara Zetkin, and Gramsci, among others, were among the most important contributors to this question. So I'll be calling them sort of the revolutionary socialist tradition, and I'll be contrasting them to a number of other currents within the history of socialism. The first being reformism. So basically, I'm on the side of revolutionary socialism, as Firebrand is, and I'll be contrasting that tradition.
When they say reformism, what they mean is, so there's two kind of schools of thought among the left. One of those schools of thought is it's more about reforming the current system through a long-term kind of like recruitment and organizing and electoral strategy where they're leaning more on electoral politics. That honestly is not really popular on the left. They actually view people who engage in what they call reformism by engaging in elections, like the Democratic Socialists of America. They kind of like dismiss those people. They're like, you're still too close to capitalism. You're never going to change anything. We don't take you seriously. Real radical revolutionary socialists do not believe in engaging in the current system because their entire goal is to overthrow the current system. So they don't believe they're going to fix it by getting into it and just changing a couple things. They believe the only way they're actually going to get their Marxist utopia is by just completely overthrowing it altogether.
To three other moments within socialism in the 20th century: reformism, ultra-leftism. I'm typing these in the chat. I hope that's okay. Putting on my teacher hat. Ultra-leftism and the so-called Popular Front. And I'll also be citing more recent movements in the 20th century, in particular, Black communism, or what is sometimes called the Black radical tradition, although I don't know if that is I don't know if I
think that
that's the best term for some of the folks, some of the communists that I'll be talking about. Black radical tradition, not tradition. Okay, so let me start with reformism. The engagement of communists with fascism begins around the rise of the Fascist Party in Italy, which takes over power in a coup in 1922. So at that time, there were two sort of dominant currents within socialism. One was the so-called Second International, represented by the German Social Democratic Party, or SPD, and other reformist parties. The parties basically that had voted for war credits during right before the lead up to the First World War. And the reformists were sort of basically arguing that fascism is simply terror and violence, and sort of they fetishized, or they naturalized, if you want, the power of the bourgeoisie. They thought that the bourgeoisie was so entrenched that there was no point in combating fascism. Basically, it was just for them it was an arm of the bourgeois state, sort of cat's paw of the bourgeois state, if you will, and the basic thrust of Second International strategy, for lack of a better term, was, quote, ignore them and they'll go away, as Tabor and Riddle write in the introduction to Clara Zetkin's great text, Fighting Fascism. So that was one current, the most dominant one among socialists in the 1920s. Around the same time, the Communist International was beginning with the new Communist International, which was founded a few years prior under Lenin's leadership, was beginning to grapple with the rise of fascism in Italy in particular. And it was communists such as, I don't know if comrades have heard of these folks, maybe some of you have, Grigory Zinoviev, a Russian communist, and Amadeo Bordiga, an Italian communist. They formulated what would become known as the ultra-left tendency, or ultra-leftism. And this was basically, it was similar to the reformism of the SPD, but it argued for a more sort of, let's say, pronounced version of fascism as bourgeois terror, as simply sort of a militaristic movement of extreme anti-communism. Ultra-leftism tended to conflate different forms of bourgeois rule. So this is where later on something called the Third Period under Stalin, ultra-leftism flows right into something, an approach called the Third Period. So Stalin, like his predecessors, Bordiga and
these people do not like Stalin. Leninists do not like Stalinists because they believe that Stalin ruined everything.
Zinoviev, they all argued that basically reformist socialists and centrist parties and the Nazis and the Italian fascists, they were all variants of bourgeois rule.
See.
Right? So there was no qualitative difference between any of them, and that's why under Stalin during the late 1920s, the Comintern, which after Lenin, Stalin took over, right? They argued disastrously that the Nazis, for example, were co-equivalent to the Social Democrats. The Social Democrats, according to the Stalinized Comintern, were, quote, social fascists. And
That's
excuse me?
funny.
Sorry. I thought, did someone ask a question? No, okay. So
Generally speaking, so they have a lot of different definitions for the term fascism, and maybe he'll give us a really clear definition at some point, but generally speaking, the far left believes anyone who is not a socialist is a fascist. I've heard them say directly that the definition of fascism is free market capitalism. They believe that nationalism is fascism. Basically, if you are not on the radical revolutionary far left, you are considered to be supporting fascism. That includes the Democratic Party, that includes the progressives, that includes the Democratic Socialists of America, the Denver Communists, and the Firebrand Collective, which they are a part of, do not allow their members to be part of the Democratic Socialists of America. Like, it's explicitly forbidden. So if you are a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, you are not a member of the Denver Communists. It's really important to understand that, because a lot of people think that the Democratic Socialists of America are like the farthest left. No, they're not. They're not by a long shot.
So the ultra
Any
left
hierarchy is fascism.
just
yes.
to review, so ultra leftism of the early 1920s flowed into it developed into what was called the third period ultra leftism under Stalin. Okay, so far so good. I hope so far it's clear what I'm saying. So maybe a lot of material so far. So please stop me if I'm being unclear at any moment. All right, so this is this sort of ultra leftist, let's say, theory is to be contrasted with yet a third current, which develops later during the mid 1930s, right? Again under Stalin. Stalinism by the mid 1930s for various geopolitical reasons, among them being that Stalin wanted to ally with bourgeois capitalist states to sort of outflank the rise of Hitler in Germany in particular. Stalinism develops this new theory by the mid 1930s, which becomes known as the, quote, Popular Front. The Popular Front. The Popular Front is the far right, let's say, of communism, as opposed to the ultra left far.
I told you that Leninists hate Stalinists. This guy is literally arguing that Stalin was on the far right. I love it.
Far left, right? So the Stalinists went from saying that all forms of bourgeois rule are versions of fascism, all are, the Nazis and the Social Democrats and so on are like versions of bourgeois rule, thus both disastrously not aligning with the socialists, the biggest, workers' party at the time, and also minimizing the dangers of Nazism and fascism more broadly. It went from that to saying under the Popular Front, we want to ally with now the good bourgeois, right? The Popular Frontism distinguishes now between fascism, which it characterizes as the extreme form of bourgeois rule, versus the quote unquote good democratic forms of bourgeois rule.
So when they say bourgeois rule, what they mean is private property owners. Essentially, the bourgeois are the private property owners. And so what they're saying is, sometimes, so basically what they're saying, so the reason that they don't like Stalin is Stalin did create kind of like this inner party, outer party thing, where it's like, there was you could argue that Lenin did this too, but they don't argue that. So when Stalin had this like inner party, outer party, where there was an elite group of people who had access to like special things under Stalin, right? That created a hierarchy. All hierarchies, according to the far left, are bad. The whole goal of the far left is to flatten all hierarchies. And so when they're saying that Stalin was saying like there was a good bourgeois, what they're saying is he still had a hierarchy in which the bourgeois was still on top. It's just a more acceptable form of bourgeois according to Stalin, and so they're against that because they want all hierarchies to be flattened.
Such as FDR, such as the Léon Blum governments in France, for example, and so on and so on and so on. So you see like this wild swing from two quite disastrous policies, if you want. One minimizing fascism, to the other one sort of subordinating the working class movement to the capitalist sort of class. So far, what I've
Well, okay, so there would absolutely still be people that are in decision-making positions of power, but those people are elected to those positions of power by the people in a fully democratic process, so they don't consider it to be as much of a hierarchy. Also, they have some ideas about making sure they're swapping out people in the power positions, and this is just some groups. This is just some groups we've listened to, so it probably wouldn't work out this way. But generally speaking, when you're a comrade, you are on the same level. There are no comrades that are like higher or lower than any other comrades. You're all on the same level. There is no hierarchy. If there is no hierarchy, there's no oppression. That's why there's no one leader on the left. People ask me all the time, like, who is the leader of the left? They think I'm going to say George Soros or his son now, Alex Soros. I'm not going to say that. Because, first of all, Soros doesn't even fund the real far left. He funds Democrats and progressives, which is not the real far left. Secondly, the left doesn't operate in terms of, like, there's a leader and then there's followers. That's just not how they do it. They operate in terms of more of, like, a collective where there's a group of people who are basically cogs in a machine. It doesn't even need to be about the specific person. It's the academics, it's the organizers, it's the authors that are writing the books. They have a group of people that are basically out there pushing ideas and that are coordinating across different groups, but those people can be swapped out at any moment and replaced because they're all just cogs in the machine.
I've set out are the various sort of currents within socialism broadly defined in the 1920s, 1930s, and where communists such as Trotsky and Clara Zetkin, Clara Zetkin, whom you
Average Person did some espionage for us today. Average Person went to an anarchist book fair in Seattle, and you got a whole bunch of zines for us. That's really exciting. Can't wait to hear about that, Average Person.
Didn't read about. I think you read mostly about Trotsky, but it's important to know that Zetkin and Antonio Gramsci in Italy. Zetkin's a German a communist, a leader, a really important leader in the Comintern, and
yeah, but they don't believe that would indicate to them Stalin. When some animals are more equal than others, that's Stalin. When all animals are equal, that's Lenin. When some animals became more equal than others, that's Stalin. These people don't like Stalin.
One of the sort of really amazing fighters for centering women's and feminist questions in the Comintern. And I think comrades may be more familiar with Antonio Gramsci, the leader of the Italian Communist Party, along with Trotsky, whom we all know and love, I'm sure, argued for a different path. And I'm going to summarize here profoundly, but basically Gramsci, Trotsky, and Zetkin, they maintained sort of the revolutionary optimism of the communist movement. They basically argued that, and here I'll go to my notes really quick. They argued for working class independence. They argued for, they argued most importantly for something called the United Front, right? the united front of working class movements and parties, right? So Trotsky, from the very beginnings of fascism, and Zetkin, from the very beginnings of fascism, are beating this drum of, look, we have to maintain, one, working class independence, two, working class organizations have to work with each other and to defend workers, but also to dynamically intervene, to be seen to be defending the rights and the interests of all workers, but also proposing a liberatory path out of the grim, bleak, the structural crisis of capitalism, right? As
How can you tell? What evidence do you have? How can you tell? This is a conservative talking point. These people are all upper middle class. They all have really nice computers. They all have really nice phones. How can you tell? We're watching a Zoom call right now. His webcam isn't even that good. He looks to be in a pretty kind of boring room. There's like one thing hanging up on the wall. You don't know what kind of computer he has. He doesn't look to be wearing anything expensive. We don't see any hint of luxury. You can look behind me and you can see thousands of dollars. This is like thousands of dollars of art behind me. So you could like look at mine and say, oh yeah, like that's, you know, that's a lot of art. You're not seeing that on his. So how can you tell? What does his home look like behind him? He's got a plain room with nothing on the walls that's painted a boring color. And you're making an assumption that he's upper middle class? You don't think that lower class people have a boring room in which that's painted a boring color? I grew up in the like lower class. I grew up poor. Like, I promise you they have rooms that are boring colors. This is the point though. Stop assuming. We don't make assumptions here. We don't deal in conservative talking points. We deal in evidence, what is right in front of us. There's no evidence that this is an this is an upper class person. There's no evidence of it at all. And I'll tell you, I've been undercover at their events. Are there some obviously rich white kids? Yup. Is there middle class? Yup. Is there lower class? Yup. It's all over the gamut. Yeah, he's probably in an apartment. He probably doesn't even, this is not even a house. This is an apartment, you know?
as was happening, the deep crisis of capitalism that was happening.
Thank you, Rottweiler, for the super chat. Sorry, I missed it. To understand reformism, you need to replace it with capitulation, meaning making compromises with capitalist structures and update your dictionary. Yeah, that's actually a really good point, Rottweiler. If you want to understand reformism, just replace it with capitulation. That's a really great way to think about it. Appreciate the super chat.
In the 1920s and 1930s. So that is, if you remember one thing from this, or two things from this presentation, and I know it's a lot, it's that Trotsky and Clara Zetkin, and I highly, highly recommend, by the way, you read this text called Fighting Fascism. Trotsky gets, I would say, most of his ideas from Zetkin, or they probably are talking with each other a lot. And Trotsky sort of, I think, develops the ideas in this text. This is the earliest sort of revolutionary communist text on the rising fascist movement. And Zetkin has, everything is in here: United Front, working class independence, and also a third element, which is working class self-defense. It's super important that the working, it's fundamental that the working class develop.
Hey, now the numbers are finally starting to go up. Welcome to everyone that's just joined Socialism Saturday. I appreciate you all. Please make sure you mount the like button for me. I would appreciate it.
Capacities to, if necessary, violently defend itself. Like if fascists are, you know, they understood that fascists basically are a violent, fundamentally violent movement, and they're not going to be they're not going to go away if you ignore them. That you have to physically defend working class spaces, working class lives, and so on, right? Unfortunately, Trotsky and Zetkin's perspective did not win out, but rather the Popular Front eventually won out to various sort of I will say, most charitably, very mixed consequences, but negative consequences, let's say. And I know in the IS tradition, from which many comrades come, there's been many important publications on critiquing the Popular Front. So I leave it to you to recommend those texts. I would love to read them myself. So in the few moments I have left, I want to talk about Black communism, because here we have, I think, a different tradition, or sort of more of a critical tradition. So sometimes called the Black radical tradition, but really, if you read, for example, there's a fascinating article by a historian named Alberto Toscano, I'll link it here, who talks about Black American and British Caribbean contributions to anti-fascism. A lot of the people he talks about are like C.L.R. James, George Padmore, W.E.B. Du Bois, Angela Davis, George Jackson. These are Black communists, right? Many of them actually identified as Marxist-Leninists, except for C.L.R. James, who was a Trotskyist and then became a so-called left communist. He has an interesting, curious story.
The vast majority of communists that we run into are Marxist-Leninists.
The
Not all
Black
of them,
communist
but a lot of
tradition is really important here, because often, so basically what it's hard to summarize what it's saying. It's a huge tradition, it's complex, but one of the key issues that in particular people like Angela Davis, George Jackson, the Black Panthers argued was that fascism is not a new phenomenon in the West, right? They argued that because the United States in particular, but Europe in general, engaged in colonialism and slavery, right?
Colonialism means taking indigenous land and privatizing it under the oppressive force of capitalism. Colonialism essentially means stealing land from people. And then slavery, of course, is a form of private property ownership where people are owned as private property. As a reminder, the left defines capitalism explicitly as private property ownership. It is not about crony capitalism. It is not about corrupt capitalism. No, wrong. No, that is not correct. In fact, it's the opposite of that, because Leninists hate Stalinists, which I've already covered, and you know because I've covered it many times when you've been on this stream. So no, patently false, incorrect. Please stop saying that. Every time you guys say false things, you teach other people false things. This is why I tell you to listen. I've already said several times in this stream, Leninists hate Stalinists. We've already heard this guy explicitly say that he believes that Stalin is the far right of the far left. They essentially believe that Stalin was a fascist. So no, Marxist, Leninist does not mean Stalinist. Please never, ever, 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 ever say that again. If you think you're going to defeat socialism by political policies, you are delusional. I have literally never argued for defeating socialism by political policies, so maybe you should sit the fuck down and actually listen before you start running your mouth in my chat like a fucking hooligan. That, like, literally no one here has ever made that argument. So shut the fuck up until you actually hear us say something and then respond. We don't make assumptions here. So do these guys see monarchists that predate fascism as also fascism? Well, yeah, because monarchists owned private property, right? So monarchy would be like one of the ultimate forms of fascism according to these people, because it was the monarch who owned all the land. I mean, I'm just assuming. I actually haven't ever heard them talk about monarchy. But that might be a good thing to listen for at some time. Two ladies, much respect, Carlin. My support for you today. Please keep it up. Hey, two ladies, I appreciate that. Guys, if you appreciate the stream, please feel free to throw in a $5 super chat, $10 super chat. You guys keep me in business. I really do appreciate it, even the people I yell at, because I'm yelling at you because I want you to learn. I tend to think their idea of capitalism and fascism is pretty much human nature. No. Again, like I was saying, their definition of capitalism is explicit. And I need everyone to commit this to memory. You will not understand the left if you do not understand their definition of capitalism. Their definition of capitalism is private property ownership. When they say private property ownership, they mean your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, whether that private business is big or small. They mean your parental rights. Parental rights to raise your kids the way you want to is considered to be a form of private property to them. And they mean your individual liberties, your freedom of speech, your freedom of religion, that sort of stuff. That's what they mean when they say capitalism. There is no other definition of capitalism. They are not talking about crony capitalism. They are not talking about corrupt capitalism. They are talking about private property ownership to the definition that I just explicitly gave you. That's what they're talking about. Let's see. Average person, thank you for the super chat. Some money to help alleviate the headache. I'll be organizing the zines. Well, I cannot wait to see the zines you got, average person. Thank you so much for that.
These were these were early seeds of fascism. The ways they violently repressed people based on racial difference, or
No, it's not just to own anything. It's to own the things that I explicitly said. When I'm talking about private property, I'm not talking about anything. I'm talking about your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment and be a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, whether that private business is big or small, your parental rights over your children, and your individual liberties. If something is not on that very specific list, then it is not considered to be a form of private property that they want to abolish. It has to be on that list. And I didn't create that list myself. That list was created by them. That's everything I've heard them say on the videos. Hey, Shadow, thank you. Much love to you, Carlin. Thank you for the beginner-friendly stream. I do appreciate it. You are not informed about the left. I'll give you the punchline. You are not informed about the left. You think you're informed, but you're not informed. And that's actually the biggest problem that we face. Is too many people believe they are informed about the left, but they're actually not informed, and you probably have no idea what's going on. So what you need to do is to sit down, and you need to listen, and you need to take in this content, and you need to learn as much as you can. And then you need to come back over and over and over and over and over and over and over again and continue to learn as much as you can. And once you start to learn the content, the real content, not the bullshit that's been put out by conservative influencers and pundits, because most of that is not real. Once you learn, you need to develop the ability to explain the content. I do pop quizzes in the chat all the time to get people to explain the content. Once you learn how to explain the content, you need to go out and teach other people. That is what you need to do. That is the only thing that we are doing here. It is your job to sit down and learn as much as possible. It is your job to learn how to explain it to other people. And then it is your job to go out and teach other people. Okay, so define capitalism for us right now. This is just for this person. This is just for this person. I want you to define capitalism for us right now. No one else do this. I'm making a point. Define capitalism for us right now. No. Incorrect. No. You need to listen and learn. This is not correct. Completely and totally false. Define capitalism for us right now. We're waiting. No. You're in my house. You're in my house. You're the one who came to my house and said, I know everything. So now we're giving you a very simple test so we can see how much you know. Define capitalism for us right now. And I don't quite frankly give a flying fuck if you don't like my tone. I don't give a flying fuck if you don't like my attitude. I don't give a flying fuck if you don't like being put on the spot. You're the one that came into my chat and said, I know everything. So define capitalism right now. The next thing out of your mouth in my chat better be a definition of capitalism. Cool. So can you define capitalism for us? Are you telling us you don't know the definition of capitalism? Is that what you're saying? The next words out of your mouth are either going to be a definition of capitalism or you're going to say, I don't know. And by the way, in the time that you've been in my chat arguing with me, I literally defined capitalism. So you could have, if you had actually been listening to what I was saying, you would be able to answer the question. I lobbed you a fucking softball. I lobbed you a softball that I had already explicitly said while you were on the stream. So do you know the definition of capitalism, or do you need to admit you don't know and stop talking and learn? Why aren't you giving us a definition? There's one of two things I want to hear from you. Either I want to hear the definition of capitalism, or I want to hear you say you don't know. I explicitly defined it while you were on the stream. If you had been listening instead of talking, if you had been listening instead of asserting that you know everything, you would absolutely be able to define capitalism. You're still not fucking listening, bro. You are still not listening. This is the fucking point, guys. This is every goddamn conservative that I interact with all the time, and this is why the right will always and perpetually lose. The next thing out of your mouth is either going to be you saying the definition of capitalism, or it's going to be you saying, I don't know. And if you don't do one of those things and you chat in something else, you're going to be permanently banned from my chat and you will not be welcome here anymore. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about either, bro. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about either. Okay, he's permanently banned. Goodbye, loser. Goodbye. We don't care to hear from you anymore. You were given ample opportunity to participate in the class, and you denied that, and you didn't want to do it because you wanted to argue because you think you know everything. You're now permanently banned from my chat. Get the fuck out. Derek, your job is to sit and to learn, because you don't know what you're talking about either. The left is not all projection. That is nonsense. So if you're not going to sit and learn, you're going to go the same fate of our newly departed friend, and you can go and scream into the ether for all I care. This is a stream for serious people who actually want to learn this stuff. This is not a stream for people who just want to fuck around and shill conservative bullshit talking points. What is the definition of capitalism? No, Dennis, that is not correct. That is not correct. Capitalism does not mean the private ownership of the means of production. Incorrect. Pop quiz for the chat, for everyone who is listening. What is the definition of capitalism on the left? Raven's Poetry. Thank you, Carlin, for not giving up despite retardia. Sorry I haven't been around. Seizures have been hounding me since I just returned from Europe. I'm really sorry to hear that, Raven's Poetry. I do appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much for supporting the work I'm doing. What is the definition of capitalism? The proper definition of capitalism, according to the left. Private property ownership, private property, private property, private property, your ability to own land, your ability to own a home, your ability to have parental rights over your kids, your individual liberties, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, your intellectual property, your ability to own a business, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord. It is not just about the means of production. That's why Dennis earlier was wrong. He said it was private ownership of the means of production. That's not what it is. They will own the means of production, but they will also own all the homes. They will also own all the lands. They will also own your children. They will own your children because they believe that parental rights are a form of private property under capitalism. It is critical that people memorize what the definition of private property is, because it is not just the factories. It is the people. It is everything. Private property ownership. Private property rights, including private ownership, private ownership, private ownership, private ownership. Exactly. Exactly. The ownership of private property upheld and reproduced by the nuclear family. Exactly. Well done. Lots of correct answers. And this, no. No. Stop arguing. Stop fucking arguing and open your ears and listen. I just gave you an explicit definition. Stop arguing and start listening. You know, people wonder why I have listening as a rule of Socialism Saturday. We are encountering why right now. Carlin, you're so mean. Why do you yell at everyone? Why do you yell at your chat? You're so mean. I promise you, I am so much nicer than the left. It's not even funny. Start listening, Dennis. Or I promise it's not going to be the last time you're going to be yelled at. Private property ownership. Private property ownership. Well done. Well done. No. Wrong. Incorrect. For reasons that I've already stated. Wrong. Nope, that's not wrong. That's not correct either, Robert. Wrong. You're correct about that. You're correct about that. In the Communist Manifesto, they literally say that communism can be summed up in one single sentence: the abolition of private property. They do not just mean the means of production. Anyone who thinks this is about the means of production, you need to get that thought out of your head right now. It is not about the means of production. It is about the people. Parental rights are considered to be a form of private property. Yeah, I would actually agree with this. Parental rights are one of the most important parts of private property. This is not about the means of production. The means of production of capitalism is the nuclear family. That's why parental rights are considered to be a form of private property. No! Stop fucking arguing! Dennis, this is your last fucking warning. You keep arguing with me, you're going to be permanently banned, and then you won't be able to participate anymore. Your job is to listen. It is not to come in and argue. I promise you, bro, you don't know half the things you think you know. All right. Has everyone gotten that out of their system? Can we continue now?
Idea of biological race, which comes out of settler colonialism and enslavement, which then becomes, you know, the idea of like biological race under the Nazis, right? So so for the Black radical tradition, it is going to a much deeper history than many of the European-based communists of the early and mid 20th century. And why is that important to point out? Well, it's because it's not a tradition that is very much sort of, in a lot of the stuff I was researching for this, it seems like either Marxists don't engage this literature, or there's like liberals or progressives who do, and they say, well, there's this huge difference between what they call European Marxism and Black radical tradition. And what I'm suggesting is, and maybe like a firebrand contribution could be to say, hey, actually, they're not radically different. There's a lot of overlap, but there's different sort of implications because, for example, the Black communists really focused on, they said basically liberals or progressives who do, and they say, well, there's this huge difference between what they call European Marxism and Black radical tradition. And what I'm suggesting is, and maybe like a firebrand contribution could be to say, hey, actually, they're not radically different. There's a lot of overlap, but there's different sort of implications because, for example, the Black communists really focused on, they said basically liberal democracy is a version of fascism. They sort of went back to that kind of ultra left idea of like, there's not much difference between different forms of capitalist orders, like that, capitalist societies. They're all like in the core.
All capitalism is fascism. He just said that. Did everyone catch that? There are all these different forms of fascism because there are all these different forms of capitalist order. Did everyone catch that? Fascism means capitalism.
Idea of like, there's not much difference between different forms of capitalist orders, like that, capitalist societies. They're all like in the core. They've got fascism, right? And the other thing is that they really focused on,
all capitalist societies in their core have fascism. One more time. Because fascism is just coded language for capitalism.
different. There's a lot of overlap, but there's different sort of implications because, for example, the Black communists really focused on, they said basically liberal democracy is a version of fascism. They sort of went back to that kind of ultra left idea of like there's not much difference between different forms of capitalist orders, like capitalist societies. They're all like in the core they've got fascism, right?
Bing.
And the other thing is that they really focused on the police and the prisons as the most sort of clear examples of fascism.
No. Our job here is to learn their perspective. It is not to shitpost. It is not to debunk. We don't do this shit here. It is to learn their definitions of words. Your definitions of words do not matter. The only thing that matters is their definition.
In the United States, the police and prisons. So that's really influential for the police abolitionist and prison abolitionist movement as we know today. And I think a lot of that movement is quite interesting because it, in a way, borrows that sort of fascism is everywhere, including the prison system especially, but it becomes quite reformist in a lot of ways. And one fascinating document to look at in this context.
No, you are not listening. You are not reimagining capitalism. You are learning their definition. This is not a reimagination. This is what their definition is.
Is the history of the Black Panthers United Front Conference Against Fascism. I'm linking it here in the chat. The Black Panthers who basically they were making this argument that the United States is a fascist country, and the way to combat fascism is to have community policing,
The United States is a fascist country. Why is the United States a fascist country according to communists? Why is the United States a fascist country? They're talking about the Black Panthers right now. Why do they consider to be the United States to be a fascist country? Pop quiz. Because the American dream is built on capitalism. This is important for people to understand. No. Wrong. Incorrect. Dennis, you need to start listening. No. Because the United States is built on capitalism. Because it upholds capitalism. It's capitalism. It's capitalism. Not all countries are fascist. There are literal communist countries. They don't consider Venezuela to be fascist. They don't consider Cuba to be fascist. The United States is built on capitalism. The American dream is built on capitalism. These people literally call the United States government the capitalist government. They call it the capitalist government. Capitalism is not just an economic system, it is a social system.
The chat, the Black Panthers who basically they were making this argument that the United States is a fascist country, and the way to combat fascism,
I essentially don't want to deal with Autumn shit tonight. That's why I timed her out.
Is to have community policing, Black policing in Black communities. And it was critiqued by a lot of Marxists, like revolutionary socialists at the time, as being quite reformist. And, the conference was unsuccessful. It was unsuccessful, ultimately. It fell apart. And it's a fascinating moment where you see sort of like the Black communist movement really struggling and sort of going in it can go in one or two directions. It doesn't make any difference. And the Black Panther, the late...
Autumn is a socialist that shows up to be a pain in the ass. And occasionally we fuck with Autumn and occasionally we bully Autumn. I just don't feel like dealing with Autumn tonight. And so that's why I timed her out.
Black Panthers, right, by the mid-70s are sort of definitely going, I would say, in the more reformist direction. With no disrespect to them, obviously, none of this is meant to disrespect any of these people who were dealing with, they were dealing with really the most vicious forms of racism and imprisonment and brutality from the U.S. state. This is a lot of stuff, so maybe I'll stop here because I've gone on for over 20 minutes. And
all right, that wasn't the best presentation on fascism I've ever seen, but we're going to move on. We're going to watch a presentation explicitly about private property. So maybe they will give us more definition about what is private property. I don't care what is relevant to you. This is not about what is relevant to you. This is about what the left believes. What you believe and how you feel about it has no relevance at all to what the left believes. You are here to learn about the left. You are not here to get your personal opinions catered to. If you're not here to learn about the left, go somewhere else. All right, we're coming for your toothbrush on the logical foundations of private property.
Brush, a critique of the logical foundations of private property. So section 1, private property versus personal property. So we're going to be examining the nature of properties. Specifically, we're going to address the origins and justifications for private property and examine the historical conditions through which the practice of private property came to be widespread. To begin, we need to first draw a distinction between the types of property.
Derek, have you not listened the 3 times that I've told you to shut the fuck up and listen? Now we're going to put Derek on the spot. Derek, what's the definition of capitalism? Because, Derek, I don't think you're here to learn. I think you're here to shitpost, and I think you're here to feel morally superior. So what's the definition of capitalism, bro? If you don't give me a definition of capitalism, we're going to ban you from the chat so we don't have to deal with you anymore. What is the definition of capitalism? We're waiting. If you're not here to learn, we are going to put you on the spot to make an example of you. And if you don't step up to the plate, we are going to kick you out. This is my class. What is private property defined as? How do you define it? No one else answer this. This is only for Derek. How is private property defined? I explicitly said no shitposting. Ha ha, this is a cult. Well, we just kicked you out, bro. Goodbye.
Oh, nope. Okay, there we go. So we have private property, which encompasses society's forces of production. Like the primary example of private property is land, which can be developed in the interest of.
Okay, back to this. The gaslighting that socialists always try to do every time you call them out on the private property argument is they say, we don't want to take your private property. We don't want to. No, that's not what they say. Strike that. Reverse it. They say, don't worry. We're not here to take your stuff. Private property is different than personal property. And this is the gaslighting attempt that they always do. Here is their explicit definition. Private property, society's forces of production. The primary example of private property is land, which may be developed in the interest of generating capitalism, but that also means if they own the land, they own your house. That means they own your apartment. That means they own your business. The business is a means of production, whether or not that business is big or small. That means they own your intellectual property. Intellectual property is a form of production. Parental rights are considered to be a form of production. The nuclear family is a form of production. The nuclear family literally reproduces capitalism because the nuclear family is where children are born and raised with capitalist values. Therefore, if you're raising children in a capitalist family, which they do call it the capitalist privatized family, that means you are reproducing capitalism, which makes the nuclear family a form of production. And then they're going to say personal property, the things that are meant for individual consumption. So it is true that socialists do not want to take your personal property. And this is why I harp on the definitions. This is why I make people define this over and over and over again. Personal property means things like your phone. It means things like your computer. It means things like your pets. It means things like your car. It means things that you use that are in your life but are not directly upholding private property and productive ownership in society. So it's not upholding like my cell phone does not uphold the nuclear family. My cell phone may be purchased using capitalism, but it does not uphold the system of capitalism. My computer is not part of like the means of overall production, right? And so it is true that socialists do not want to take your personal property away from you, but that never negates the fact that they do want to take your private property away, which is actually the problem. And the biggest problem at all, and I think Wolfgang said this earlier, is that parental rights are considered to be a form of private property. Your children are considered to be a form of private property. They're actively trying to get rid of parental rights under the argument of abolishing private property. So anytime they try to gaslight you, and we're watching this presentation specifically because they try to gaslight people all the time, anytime they try to gaslight you and they say, don't worry, we don't want to take your stuff. We're not going to take your personal property. We're just going to take all private property. You have to know what private property actually means. Cars are personal property. Yes, I told you this last week explicitly. Yup. See? Now I see why conservative pundits spew horseshit saying the left having computers is somehow hypocritical. That's exactly right. That is exactly right. Every time they post pictures of that, and I know exactly what picture you're talking about, it's the girl in the sunglasses who has the Mac that has a sticker on it that says capitalism sucks or something like that. Socialists are allowed to participate in capitalism if they are utilizing capitalism to overthrow the system. They're allowed to have computers. They're allowed to have cell phones. They're allowed to have nice things. But they have to be using those things with the specific intent of overthrowing the system. It says this in the Communist Manifesto. This is why the definitions are explicit. This is why the definitions are so important. Because most of the bullshit that conservative pundits are spewing is because they don't understand this.
Generating capital. This versus personal property, the aforementioned toothbrush. These are things meant for individual consumption. Objects within the scope of private property include consumer goods and other basic essentials. But with this demarcation clarified, we're going to move on to the examination of like the nebulous origins to private property. Let's see. All right, yeah. So all humans seek.
Are you saying that that socialists are hypocritical because they use capitalism to overthrow the system? Why wouldn't they? It's actually not really convenient for them. They're living in a system they don't want to live in. The thought behind utilizing capitalism to overthrow it is that we are in a capitalist system. We're in a capitalist world. We have to survive in a capitalist world. Therefore, we have to engage in capitalism in order to defeat it. It's not something, how convenient. They don't want to live in this system. But as long as they do live in the system, they will utilize the system to overthrow the system. They believe they're suffering under capitalism. They believe there's no alternative. What choice do they have?
Shelter in some form, and in modern American society, shelter is generally manifested as renting or owning property. Despite being the most basic of human needs, many Americans are unable to secure stable access.
Hang on, renting or owning property, they just said that.
Of like the nebulous origins to private property. Let's see. All right, yeah. So all humans seek shelter in some form, and in modern American society, shelter is generally manifested as renting or owning property. Despite being the most basic of human needs, many Americans are unable to secure stable access to shelter due to the substantial economic barrier that comes with property rental or ownership. Naturally, rental mandates paying a landlord, whereas ownership requires one purchase of property from a former owner. But shelter is a basic need, so what gives the landlord or former property owner the rights denied to another person?
I need you to stop shitposting in my chat right now because you're driving me insane. The WEF is not the Radical Revolutionary Socialists. The WEF are a completely different group from the Radical Revolutionary Socialists. We are currently watching the Radical Revolutionary Socialists. The Radical Revolutionary Socialists hate the WEF. I have asked you several times to start listening and to stop shitposting. I need you to stop shitposting. Because I fucking say so. Cut it out. I'm not going to ask again.
The landlord or property owner would state that they have a legitimate claim to the property and may do with it as they will, but is their claim to the land truly legitimate? Their ownership of the land was transferred to them by a previous owner and to that previous owner by yet another owner before them, but this chain can't extend forever. How did that which was once the property of no one become the property of an individual? How can the landlord or property owner ascribe legitimacy to their claim? Now, this argument was presented by the political philosopher G.A. Cohen during an interview with UK's Channel 4. It presents a significant problem for advocates of private property ownership. Before private property, the land belonged to all who use it. It's the commons. But then at some point, the public was excluded from.
So this is important. Listen to this. This might seem boring, but this is their entire argument around private property ownership of land. So these socialists believe that capitalism was created when people stole collective land, usually indigenous land, and they privatized it, barring access to the collective. Okay? So this is referred to by a number of terms. It can be referred to as imperialism, which is like the biggest form of it. It can be referred to as colonization. It can be referred to as colonialism. All of those terms essentially mean stealing the land from the original inhabitants of it, who the original inhabitants of it didn't consider that, they believe that indigenous people don't consider themselves to be the owners of the land. They believe that indigenous people consider themselves to be the caretakers of the land. All right? And so when land is stolen from the indigenous people, it's stolen from the collective. I don't give a fuck what your credentials are. I am literally explaining something. I said at the beginning of this stream, you are in a classroom. Sit the fuck down. You're a professional teacher. How would you like it if someone came into your class and started getting up in the middle of you explaining something and saying, I am a professional teacher and I know everything about everything, even though I really know nothing and I just made an example that doesn't even work. You need to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up, and if you do not do that, you will be removed from my class, because you are not the teacher here. I am the teacher here. And if you don't like it, go somewhere else. I apologize, but I've had enough of this bullshit. I really have. Back to this, which is actually more important when I'm not being interrupted by people in my own chat. What the left believes is that capitalists stole indigenous land from people who were charged with caretaking the land. Indigenous people did not own the land. They were the caretakers of the land. So, when the evil bourgeois capitalists came in and stole the land and privatized it, that was the invention of capitalism. That's when they believed capitalism was invented. They believed the first capitalists were farmers. They were farmers that took and privatized the land under their farms. And then they took the land from the indigenous people and they sold the profit from that land. This is why they call Israel the settler colonists, because they believe that Israel came in and stole indigenous land from the Palestinian people, and that the Palestinian people are in a glorious uprising to overthrow the settler colonists. This is the crux of everything. This is why land blessings are a thing. Land blessings are mourning the land. Anytime you hear someone say, we are on indigenous land of the Abenaki tribe and blah, da, 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 they are mourning the land being stolen from the indigenous people. So listen again. Oh, I had a temper tantrum? You just got banned. Goodbye. I told you to stop fucking talking. Now you're not going to talk anymore. Goodbye.
How did that which was once the property of no one become the property of an individual? How can the landlord or property owner ascribe legitimacy to their claim? Now, this argument was presented by the political philosopher G.A. Cohen during an interview with UK's Channel 4. It presents a significant problem for advocates of private property ownership. Before private property, the land belonged to all who use it. It's the commons. But then at some point, the public was excluded from the usage of the land. So the question is, what occurred that granted legitimacy to that transition for private ownership of the land? And
it was in the commons, and then the land was stolen from the commons, and it was privatized, and then the public, the collective, was prevented from using the land. I've heard the term land blessings used, but not really clear on what they mean with it. So a land blessing happens usually at the start of presentations where the presenter goes something, like I said, they say something like, we just want to acknowledge that we are on the traditional land of the Abenaki tribe or whatever Indian tribe they're talking about. And then they say, and we bless this land in the name of them, and we acknowledge that we are on the stolen land and all that. And sometimes they give a history lesson about the land. We've actually watched land blessings go on for as long as half an hour. But the purpose of a land blessing is to acknowledge that you're on stolen land. You're on privatized land. You're on land that used to belong to the collective and now does not belong to the collective. So it's like a mourning of it. Commons means collective. Commons means public. Commons means, it's like the Boston Common, right? The Boston Common, anyone can go and walk on the Boston Common. It's open to the public. It's maintained by the public. If someone bought the Boston Common and privatized it and put a big ass fence around it, then that land would be privatized. It would no longer be the commons.
the resources it contains to be salvaged, there has to be some form of justification for property. So how do we justify it? We can't. I mean, you're excluding the populace as a form of theft. So, shout out to
the
Proudhon.
Land is stolen.
So all humans do seek shelter in some. Wait, what? I am skipping back in my paper. It got all funky. It's formatting. Okay. In the most basic terms, property denotes ownership, but the implications that arise from the concept of ownership, as well as the relation between land, labor, and productivity, have garnered investigation from countless philosophers, economists, political theorists. The most rudimentary and oldest explanation of property is known as the first occupancy theory. Simply put,
all privately owned land is considered to be stolen from the indigenous people. All privately owned land is considered to be stolen and privatized under capitalism. It's not conflated. This is the definition. You might not like the definition, but that is the definition. As I just explained explicitly a couple of times, they believe the indigenous people were the caretakers of the land. The collective was the caretakers of the land. That is who upkept the commons. It's the collective. It's the public. The public is responsible for caretaking the land. I work for a Canadian company and they did a land acknowledgement before every meeting. Micah, that must have been fucking insufferable. I'm really glad that I don't have to experience that, and I really am sorry that you do, and that sucks. But I appreciate the money. Thank you.
The first to seize the property is the owner, regardless of the means by which the property was seized.
The first to seize the property is the owner, regardless of why the means were seized. Did everyone hear that? You're trying to provide a conservative interpretation. Don't do this. Don't do this. This is a form of debunking. This is not allowed here. The purpose of this is not to debunk them. The purpose of this is not to call them hypocrites. The purpose of this is to understand them. That's what we're doing. This is not allowed. No, the collective has always been in control of the land. The land is under the care of the collective. This is not real. Stop bargaining. Right now, what you're doing is bargaining. You're trying to say, well, what about this? What about that? What about that other thing? In order to deflect from what I've already told you because you don't want to accept what I've already told you. That's not real. Stop doing that.
From countless philosophers, economists, political theorists. The most rudimentary and oldest explanation of property is known as the first occupancy theory. Simply put, the first to seize the property is the owner. Regardless of the means by which the property was seized, no one has been dispossessed of the land, and thus there are no conflicts of ownership. And despite this common sense appeal to it, the first occupancy theory is pretty inadequate. Any attempts to codify property ownership came well after humanity had spread throughout the globe. So in practice, the application of first occupancy theory took the form of large societies with the means to expand, dismissing the humanity of indigenous peoples and staking claim to their lands.
See?
So this is the case for the...
We're going to go back and listen to this again because I feel like people are probably more interested in arguing with me than they are in actually understanding this. All land. You're still fucking bargaining. You're not fucking listening. You are still bargaining. I need you to stop talking and start listening. All land that has ever existed started under the collective ownership. No, you're not asking. You're bargaining. I've been doing this for 3 years. I know what you're doing. You're bargaining. You're trying to talk your way out of understanding them. They don't believe anyone should own land. All land that exists, no matter what Donald in the chat says, belongs to the collective. All people, the whole point of communism and socialism is that all resources, no, wrong. The whole point of communism and socialism is that all resources should belong to all people. Therefore, they don't believe that any land, none, zero, should be under private ownership. They do not believe in borders. Borders are a form of capitalism. Borders reinforce private ownership of land. So Donald can keep trying to bargain in any way that he wants. But there is no reality in which socialists believe that any land should be privately owned. They want to abolish all borders. Borders are the enforcement mechanism of capitalism. Borders literally privatize the land. The university encampments is them taking back the common land. Exactly, Dragon Balls, exactly. Do people understand this? Any land... You got a zine today at that anarchist book fair about abolishing borders. I can't wait to see that. And by borders, guys, they don't just mean the borders around the United States. They mean all states. When the socialist revolution happens, when the Marxist revolution happens in America, there ain't going to be no more states. Because having states requires having borders. No borders means no states. We are no longer the United States. No borders. Unlimited immigration. No states. That's what we're talking about. Anytime someone privately owns the land in a way that they can exclude someone else from the land, that is considered to be a form of capitalism. Does everyone understand that? And that, yeah, correct, H-Tom, yes. That includes borders around your house. There's no states. There's no counties. There's no towns. There's no private property. You do not own a home. You do not own land. Is everyone getting this? 1 in the chat if you get this. 2 in the chat if it's still confusing to you. And I need you to be honest. 1 in the chat if you understand what I'm saying. 2 in the chat if it's still confusing to you. Your home is not your home. It's our home. It's our home that's been allocated to you. And they can take it away if they want to. Yes, exactly. Your children are also considered to be a form of property. Exactly. Cool. Yes. Your home is not your home. You do not own your home. Your home is owned by the collective. It is allocated to you. It can be deallocated to you just as easily. It's not your home. It's the collective home. Everything is in the public domain. Everything is cared for by the collective. You'll always have a home. You will always have a home that you can go live in. But it may not be the one you want. It's the one they're going to give you. If you've been a good little boy, you'll get a nice home. If you've been a bad little boy, you'll get an awful home. Everyone understand? Yeah, hence squatters' rights. Squatters' rights comes from socialism. Exactly. Exactly. Where do you think squatters' rights comes from? I already covered this. They're considered personal property. Cars are considered personal property. They're not considered private property. All right, let's continue.
We can't. I mean, you're excluding the populace as a form of theft. So, shout out to Proudhon. So all humans do seek shelter in some. Wait, what? I am skipping back in my paper. It got all funky. It's formatting. Okay. In the most basic terms, property denotes ownership, but the implications that arise from the concept of ownership, as well as the relation between land, labor, and productivity, have garnered investigation from countless philosophers, economists, political theorists. The most rudimentary and oldest explanation of property is known as the first occupancy theory. Simply put, the first to seize the property is the owner. Regardless of the means by which the property was seized, no one has been...
Renan just posted a picture with all their t-shirts that they've gotten from my store. You've got a great collection going, Renan. I appreciate you. We're going to have, by the way, there's going to be a Halloween collection coming out soon in the Unwoke art store. That's going to be fun.
Dispossessed of the land, and thus there are no conflicts of ownership. And despite this common sense appeal to it, the first occupancy theory is pretty inadequate. Any attempts to codify property ownership came well after humanity had spread throughout the globe. So in practice, the application of first occupancy theory took the form of large societies with the means to expand, dismissing the humanity of indigenous peoples and staking claim to their lands. So this is the case for the Americas, Australia, New Zealand. Even when the questionable historical application of the first occupancy theory is dismissed, the theory is still inadequate to resolve the conflicts that arise from the prejudice upon others' interests as the pool of unclaimed land shrinks. If first possession were to be normalized as a standard of ownership, prospective claimants would be incentivized to never invest in any labor upon their land, but rather remain in a frantic sprint to be the first to lay claim to yet more and more land. These problems, paired with the simplicity and inherent shallowness of first occupancy theory, they open a door for other attempts to justify property. Let's see. All right, so arguably the most influential effort in providing justification for private property is the labor theory of property, which was put forth by the Enlightenment era philosopher John Locke in the 1968 work, Two Treatises of Governments. He states in it, "Yet every man has a property in his own person. This nobody has any right to but himself. The labor of his body and the work of his hands, we may say, are properly his. Whatsoever then he removes out of the state that nature hath provided and left it in, he hath mixed his labor with and joined to it something that is his own, and thereby makes it his property. It being by him removed from the common state nature hath placed it in, it hath by this labor something annexed to it."
No. No. None of that is going to exist in the socialist utopia. You're still thinking like a conservative. The IRS is not going to exist in the socialist utopia. Money is not going to exist in the socialist utopia. They don't want money to exist. Money is a form of property. Money is the form of property. There's going to be a different system. You guys have got to start wrapping your head around the fact that they want to abolish our entire way of life. This is not about them taking over the institutions and controlling the institutions. That's just the first step towards abolishing everything. I literally, look at this. I've had this shirt sitting on my desk for over a year because I'm going to frame it at some point and hang it on my wall. This is a shirt that I got at the Socialism 2023 conference. It literally says abolish everything. They literally want to abolish everything. No money. No IRS. No US government as you know it. Nothing. Taxes? They're going to tell you where to live. They're going to tell you what job you have. You're not going to get paid in money. You're going to get paid in fucking rations. If you don't work, you don't eat. The right to a home doesn't mean you own the home. It means they own the home. They do believe everyone has a right to a home. They don't believe you get to choose your home. As long as you have a roof over your head, that's enough. But you don't own it. You occupy it. You're the caretaker of it. But you don't own it. They own it. And they can take it away from you anytime.
That excludes the common right of other men. So in more modern or layman's terms, Locke's basically saying that labor is this attribute that we're imbuing or that we as a laborer imbue into the land. And it inherits that attribute in a way that the land is no longer simply representative of the state of nature, but has undergone a change, like in its ontological essence, such that it's resigned from the commons and transforms into this concept of property, of he or they whom labor upon it. For Locke, it's insufficient to be the first to arrive. One must commit to laboring upon the land if their claim to own it is justified. Locke's theory does give a more robust account of the foundations of property, and it does reflect the real world more consistently than representing property as a desperate foot race towards the horizon. After all, if indigenous peoples do not have a cultural concept of property, we can functionally appreciate their right to the land by virtue of their working it. Locke's formulation does end with the property being removed from the common state of nature. This means that the land is exclusively the property of those who labor upon it. And this is the most essential function of private property. Private property does not give one the right to use the land, as it's well established that the right to use the land was universal in the state of nature.
He just said it. The right to use the land is universal in the state of nature. They don't actually like China for the most part. They don't talk about China. I've got a presentation on Mao pulled up later, but it's one of the very few I've seen. So like, listen, guys, anything that you hear, again, this is a conservative bullshit talking point. This is not real. Socialists in the far left in America very rarely talk about China. Extremely rarely. Almost never happens. I do have one presentation pulled up, but it's the first presentation I've seen in a long time where they're talking about China. China is a conservative talking point because conservatives don't like China for some reason, and I don't exactly understand why, but that's a conservative talking point. That's not real.
Counterintuitively, private property.
Let's just listen to that again.
Nature. This means that the land is exclusively the property of those who labor upon it. And this is the most essential function of private property. Private property does not give one the right to use the land, as it's well established that the right to use the land was universal in the state of nature.
The right to use the land is universal in the state of nature. That means they believe that all land belongs to all people.
Counterintuitively, private property's primary function is to restrict the rights of those who would seek to use the land while not having established ownership.
See?
Private property, so often espouses of freedom, is in truth an assault on the rights of those who are not holders of the property, as Marx argues.
Private property is an assault on those who use the property. It's an assault on the collective.
Got a slide for this, yeah. The right of man to private property is therefore the right to enjoy one's property and to dispose of it at one's discretion. I don't know how to pronounce that French bit there. Without regard to other men, independently of society. The right of self-interest. This individual liberty and its application form the basis of civil society. It makes every man see in other men not the realization of his own freedom, but the barrier to it. But above all, it proclaims the right of man of enjoying and of disposing at his discretion of his goods and income, of the fruits of his labor and industry. This excerpt, it's from On the Jewish Question. It's attacking the French rights of man, which was a document that attempted to employ Locke's work in a practical political application. Marx doesn't pay much mind to the idea of the land being transformed in any way. Instead, he emphasizes that the content of property is to be found not in any change upon the land itself, but in the relationships between.
Can I just tell you guys? This has nothing to do with the presentation that we're watching right now, but it's a reminder of how much my old friends are socialists, and I never knew they were socialists. So there's a woman that I used to be really close friends with. I'm not going to say her name, but I literally got on an airplane to help this woman move. I hung out with this, like, we lived in completely different places, but I made an effort to go and visit because we were close friends. We talked all the time. There's a post on LinkedIn. I just got a notification about this. It's from some like web development thing in higher education, which I used to be involved in. And they're talking about just different like development standards for higher ed. And this woman that I used to be close friends with commented on this and said, "This is also very relevant for anyone without standard Western Christian first, middle, last pattern names." She's calling a first name and a last name a standard Western Christian convention and encouraging people to change the norms around names in order to accommodate people who don't have the standard Western Christian name. Bless her heart. Bless her heart.
Man, the land, and the community. The primary social relation of private property is the relation of the owner, relation between the owner of the land and those that are deprived of the land. Marx outlines his relationship-oriented concept theory in Grundrisse. I don't think I have a slide. Oh, I do have a slide for this one. Look at me go. An isolated individual could no more have property in land and soil than he could speak. He could, of course, live off it.
Land and soil?
As substance, as do the animals. The relation to the earth as property is always mediated through the occupation of land and soil by the tribe, the commune, or some other social formation. In some more or less naturally arisen or already historically developed form, the individual can never appear here in the dot-like isolation in which he appears as mere free worker. If the objective conditions of his labor are presupposed as belonging to him, then he himself is subjectively presupposed as a member of a commune through which his relation to the land and soil is mediated. Oh.
Are they saying blood and soil? Kind of, in a roundabout way, for my dissident right-wingers?
To cash out Marx's comparison to speech. Consider a world in which there's only one human in existence. What function can language possibly have to that person? Certainly, language only can have a use case if it exists within a community of speakers and listeners. Similarly, the distinction of property is meaningless to the individual. For if there was only one human, what would the point of proclaiming property be? It's reduced to a hollow gesture. The idea of individual property rights contains an internal contradiction. The individual seeks to obtain property which can only exist outside of the individual. But if individual property is internally contradictory in its nature, how then has it enjoyed such practical success? The answer lies in man's distant past and the original mode of production.
Oh, what's that? Pre-Marxism communism.
I'm going to start with a disclaimer real quick.
What is this?
These texts in particular use a lot of dated language. There are some words I'm going to say that I consider somewhat offensive nowadays, and after I say them once, I'm going to clarify an alternative term.
That's called a trigger warning.
But to begin with, pre-Marxist communism, this is another word for primitive communism. Engels discussed this concept of primitive. Engels discusses the concept of primitive communism, henceforth referred to as pre-Marxist communism, in the 1884 work "The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State," in which he categorizes the early periods of human.
The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State by Engels. I'm just saying, the origin of the family. The family is a privatized unit. This is going to be good. I have a sense about this.
In existence in the two distinctive phases. Savagery, which we're going to henceforth refer to as the wild state, is translated by Christopher Darman Yut. I don't know how to pronounce that name either. And barbarism. The wild state refers to what we recognize as hunter-gatherer society.
Hey, hunter-gatherer society. Thank you, Dragon Balls. I've convinced all of my lost friendships since moving to Beijing and then Hong Kong have been because I'm not a socialist. It was never stated, but misaligned. I didn't realize the language until learning from you. You know, Dragon Balls, I was recently having a very similar revelation in which I was thinking about some of my old friends. I call it in the before times. Before I red pilled, before I realized that my political party had been lying to me my entire life. And it was amazing to me how all these friends I had before I red pilled just dropped off instantly. Just instantly. And it was like, I literally been friends with you for 10 years, bitch. Like decades long friendships. People had literally come to my wedding. All of a sudden, never to be heard from again. It's interesting, isn't it? That it's really that quick for people. Anyway, okay, back to hunter-gatherer.
Such as the pre-colonial Australian Aborigines. These groups would be migratory. Oh, wait, actually, I do have a slide for this. These groups would be migratory and rely on the natural yields of the land, such as fish and naturally growing produce, while lacking any superstructure to be recognizable in relation to any concept of civilization or the state. The state of barbarism refers to communities with some degree of superstructure, as well as some horticultural developments and reliance upon livestock. These would be tribal cultures that tend to stick to a fixed relative area. They have advanced enough technology to produce pottery and have an understanding of metallurgy. The ancient Germanic tribes, like the Gauls or the Suevi, would be good examples of the phase of barbarism. Before continuing, it is important to point out that the limited knowledge in the fields of archaeology, anthropology, and evolutionary biology in Engels' time limits the predictive success of his hypothesis. An example is he makes an assumption that like cannibalism is practiced in Australian Aboriginal communities on the basis that without development of archery, they couldn't have provided enough food. Engels would have been constantly bombarded with like colonizer accounts of cannibalism by indigenous groups. Most of these claims are dismissed by modern scholars as manifestations of racist sensationalism. And while Australians didn't independently develop bows, they did develop their own equivalent hunting tools that were suited to the unique conditions of the Australian environment, which he likely would have been unaware of. But in any case, owing to the limitations of the knowledge available in his time, Engels' historical and cultural claims are often unsound, but that alone does not defeat the historical materialist theory of history.
Let's see. Jane said, not for nothing, but this further exposes James Lindsay as a fraud. Hemisphere delving into history. He should have found this and related it to Engels stuff. Yep, James should have found a lot of things. I appreciate that, Jane. James should have found a lot of things. Yup, cannibalism is a colonial psyop. It is a bourgeois psyop.
As previously mentioned,
True.
Engels is speculating on a mode of production that predates the transition to agricultural society, the latter of which would introduce an unequal balance of power between a slave class and a citizen class, as explained by Marx in the German ideology. I don't think I do have a slide. Yeah, we are past the point where my slides are solid and coherent. The second form is the ancient communal and state ownership, which proceeds especially from the union of several tribes into a city by agreement or by conquest, and which is still accompanied by slavery. Beside communal ownership, we already find movable and later also immovable private property developing, but as an abnormal form subordinate to communal ownership. The citizens hold power over their laboring slaves only in their community, and on this account alone, therefore, they are bound to the form of communal ownership. It is the communal private property which compels the active citizens to remain in this spontaneously derived form of association over against their slaves. For this reason, the whole structure of society based on this communal ownership and with the power of the
welcome, Shadow. I'm glad you made it. I'm glad the yelling hasn't turned you off. The yelling turns off some people, but it doesn't turn off the right people. And so I think of the yelling as an initiation ritual. If you can't deal with the yelling, you just aren't going to survive here. Because I've run out of fucks to give, and I've had enough.
The people decays in the same measure as, in particular, immovable private property evolves. The ancient mode of production is the point at which a complete transition to agriculture has occurred. Communities become fixed.
Bro. No. Wrong. Incorrect. Wrong. And Moose Man, you're losing to these people, so what the fuck does this say about you? You are losing to these people, and you're trying to justify your own inefficacy by saying they're just dorks who can't get laid. They probably get laid more than you do, bro. I promise you. They probably get laid more than you do. You are losing to these people. And so I want you to justify in the chat why you are losing to these people if these people are just dorks who play Dungeons and Dragons. That's your typical conservative right there.
In place, class and subsequently disparity appears, and incentive to amass private property arises as it does yield surplus. The values of the society based upon the ancient mode of production are completely incommensurate with the pre-Marxist communal mode of production. The hunter-gatherer does not need to force the land to yield sustenance. They simply migrate when the land's yields are exhausted. There is no land that their community is fixed upon, so the ownership of the land is useless to them. And any generation of surplus would slow down the movement of the group. Thus,
they literally are, asshole. They literally are. These are literally the protesters. They are in the street more than you. So you're going to answer my question now. Why are you losing to these people? No. Wrong again. Why are you losing to these people? These are literally the people organizing the protests, bro. Why don't you know that? Oh, because you don't sit down and listen? You just run your mouth in your chat like a fucking retard? Why are you losing to these people? These are real activists. These are people who are protesting outside of the DNC. These are people who organize protests. These are people on the college encampments. You want to say they aren't in the streets? You're full of shit and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So take a fucking seat and start listening.
Reducing their migratory range and width at the odds of maintaining a selective advantage in their environment. So then why transition to the ancient mode of production? What sane person would willingly adopt a model that increases their required labor input?
True.
Why would the majority acquiesce to a model of development in which they are a lower class? Those who end up at the top of the class hierarchy certainly have proper motivation, but how can they coerce the rest of their community into taking such a bad deal? Engels addresses the oddity that is the transition to an agricultural society in Origins of the State Family. Can't remember the whole thing. I just abbreviated it as Origins, by revealing the nature of the state and its coercive power. The state is therefore by no means a power forced on society from without, just as little as it is Just as little is it the reality of the ethical idea, the image and reality of reason, as Hegel maintains. Rather, it is a product of society at a certain stage of development. It is the admission that this society has become entangled and
The state is a product of society at a certain stage of development. That's interesting. You're correct. I will not allow you to negotiate your grade. You are not going to talk your way out of it. You're either going to show up, you're going to do the work, or you're going to fail. That's it.
Soluble contradiction with itself, that it has split into irreconcilable antagonisms, which it is powerless to dispel. But in order that these antagonisms, these classes with conflicting economic interests, might not consume themselves in society in fruitless struggle, it became necessary to have a power seemingly standing above society that would alleviate the conflict and keep it within the bounds of order. And this power, arisen out of society but placing itself above it and alienating itself more and more from it, is the state. The conflicts that arise from the class disparity are a threat that destabilizes society built upon the ancient mode of production. But the erection of the state apparatus subdues those conflicts and maintains order, that the citizens may retain their status and continued oppression of the slave class. Engels goes on to explain that it is by force, by armed men and institutions of coercion, that the state maintains its power. And through the
All right, I need to go to the little socialist room. I'm going to be right back. I will let this play.
state apparatus is born internal forces, and though the state apparatus is born of internal forces to the community upon which it enacts its programs of alienation, its influence is not resigned to the internal. For it is with agriculture and the accrual of surplus that endeavors such as warfare become exponentially more viable. And once warfare is viable, an existential threat is born to any for whom warfare is not viable. Okay. So agriculture has multiple independent points of origin, but the Fertile Crescent is of particular note due to not only to the abundance of viable crops that were cultivated in the region, but also because those crops were cultivated by societies that were among the earliest to demonstrably display a concept of private property. The Sumerian civilization left cuneiform records that display a high preoccupation with issues of land usage, allocation, ownership, and inheritance. The Egyptian Old Kingdom, likewise, most of their documents were dealt with property. The Assyrians solely used the written language for property. There was no art or literature, nothing with words, but the ascribing of property rights. All of these civilizations to rise in the Fertile Crescent share this attribute, and the idea of private property spread to the young nations upon the borders of those first civilizations, and then appeared yet again on the borders of those adopters. The spread of private property was a defensive reaction. Any culture that observed an agricultural power on their border with a mode of production that could utilize private property to increase yield at the cost of alienation and class disparity would have to choose between emulating that mode of production or resigning themselves to be conquered as the slave class of that neighbor. The only cultures that avoided such a fate were those who were geographically isolated from the Fertile Crescent, such as the Australian Aboriginals, the various cultures of the Americas, and the Polynesian cultures, among others. So the concept of private property exists in the name of social utility, devoid of any foundation of logical merit. Legalistic defenses of legitimate acquisition ultimately collapse when the origin of land acquisition is traced to some act of theft. Attempts to define private property as some form of rights are also inadequate, as they rely upon ascribing to the individual an attribute that only exists in the individual's relation to their community. Among the most common arguments espoused by the capitalist class, desperately attempting to salvage this beloved concept of private property, is an appeal to human nature. And yet, for the vast majority of human existence, there has been no conception of private property. With no foundation of legitimacy to stand upon, private property has survived only by force. Just as in its historical foundation, it manifests today as imperialism and orchestrates genocide, ecological ruin, and alienation. Throughout human history, this bedrock to exploitation and the rise of capitalism has worn many masks. But while that mask constantly changes, it's always been consistent in its method of spread, for it does so at the end of a sword.
We need to listen to that again. Sorry. I was directing someone to my merch store on Twitter, but we do need to listen to that again. All right, back to roundabout here.
Polynesian cultures, among others. So the concept of private property exists in the name of social utility, devoid of any foundation of logical merit. Legalistic defenses of legitimate acquisition ultimately collapse when the origin of land acquisition is traced to some act of theft. Attempts to define private property as some form of rights are also inadequate, as they rely upon ascribing to the individual an attribute that only exists in the individual's relation to their community. Among the most common arguments espoused by the capitalist class, desperately attempting to salvage this beloved concept of private property, is an appeal to human nature. And yet, for the vast majority of human existence, there has been no conception of private property. With no foundation of legitimacy to stand upon, private property has survived only by force.
There has been no conceptualization of private property throughout most of human existence. They actually believe this. Private property can only be survived by force. The police are considered to be the enforcers of private property. That's why they want to abolish the police, because they don't want private property to be enforced. They're saying there is no right to private property because individuals only relate to property in the way they relate to their community. All property is part of the collective. There is no ownership over property.
As in its historical foundation, it manifests today as imperialism and orchestrates genocide, ecological ruin, and alienation. Throughout human history, this bedrock to exploitation and the rise of capitalism has worn many masks. But while that mask constantly changes, it's always been consistent in its method of spread, for it does so at the end of a sword. Thanks, guys.
There it goes. That was a great presentation about private property. Let's see, what do we have next? Next we have, oh, this is for all my dissident right-wingers. Check this out. I have one about white people. Who's ready to learn about white people? We are continuing with our marathon of the Denver Communists today, guys. If you have not yet mounted that like button, please make sure you mount the like button. As a reminder, we do this to learn what the real far left actually believes, not the conservative bullshit narrative that is sold to you via conservative media, because they don't know what they're talking about. We listen to real communists, real socialists on this channel telling us what they believe. And so I wanted to give a shout out to my dissident right-wingers, my gripers, my Nick Fuentes fans, any National Socialists that may have wandered in here. Not Wignats. We don't like Wignats here, although maybe if a Wignat comes here, they might learn something. Who knows? Who knows? I also want to give a shout out to everyone watching over on Rumble. I do see you guys over on Rumble. I do see the chat over on Rumble. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Please make sure you mounted the like button. Please make sure you are subscribed on whatever channel you're watching on. And if you feel so inclined to send in a super chat to help me reach my super chat goal for today, you guys are the ones that keep me streaming. I do appreciate it. We are next listening to Don't Read Settlers. Settler means people who steal private property. Racism and the White Proletariat. Interesting.
Article on settlers maybe 6 or 7 years ago, and I'm very glad people are still reading it, talking about it.
Shut the fuck up. As a reminder, when these people say whiteness, they actually mean capitalism. Pop quiz for the chat for anyone who's not retarded like this person here who just wants to feel like a poor white victim of the world. I knew there was going to be one. I fucking knew it. Thank you for falling into my trap. Now I get to make an example of you. Pop quiz from my chat. Why does whiteness mean capitalism? You're just revealing to us that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. You understand that, right? You're revealing to us that you know nothing about the left, that you're a dissident right-winger, you're probably low IQ, you're probably borderline fucking retarded. But we're going to give you the answer, and then we're going to see if you come around. Why does whiteness mean capitalism? I'm not here to spew dissident right-wing talking points. Whiteness means capitalism to the far left. It is not about skin color. It is about the system. What is that system, Reagan? I know you've got more to that tweet. What is the system? Race was invented when people brought slaves to America. Slaves are people owned as private property. That's why it's about capitalism. Most socialists are fucking white, asshole. Whiteness is a form of private property. You can be black. You can have black skin and still engage in whiteness. We know this because we've heard the left say it. Capitalism invented race as a way to justify things like slavery and colonization, or colonialism. Colonization, basically mean the same thing, but you don't have to have white skin in order to be considered white. Larry Elder is considered the black face of white supremacy. Why would that be if this was only about skin color? Capitalism created slavery. Slavery is the ownership of people as private property. The ownership of people as private property created systemic racism. The term systemic racism is literally the dictionary definition of racism, and it refers to the system that upholds racism. It's not about skin color. It is about the system that upholds racism. The system that upholds racism is capitalism. Whites enslaved blacks as a form of property ownership that led to systemic racism. The system that upholds racism is capitalism. This refers to the ownership of people as private property. Does my MAGA retard want to continue to argue? You can continue to argue with me and we will continue to make you look stupid. Now's the time to sit down and listen. Has nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. You're applying things to this that don't have any relevance. You chose to interpret everything the left does through this lens. That's because that's what they believe, moron. There's a lot of anti-white racism that is not motivated by critiques of private property. Not on the far left, asshole. Not on the far left. Wrong. Incorrect. You are a dissident right-wing retard who is not capable of understanding that the far left is not talking about the same things that you are because you're obsessed with being white. You probably feel like you're a poor white fucking victim of the world. You probably blame everything that doesn't go right for you in your life on the fact that you're white, and white people are just so poor and abused in our society. Oh my God, it's so hard to be a white man. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Do you want to keep testing me? We'll continue to make you look stupid before we ban you from my chat for being a retard. Yup, he like our MAGA retard probably thinks that progressives are the same things as socialists. We hear them say this all the time. Most of them are literally white. The person literally giving this presentation is white. What is this person's skin color? Oh, looks pretty white to me. Does our MAGA retard want to continue to argue with us? Let me know. We'll continue making you look stupid. Is everyone ready to listen? As soon as I start this video, I'm going to be tempting fate. I just know that. As soon as I start playing the video, the MAGA retard's going to chat in again. I know this. It's every time. Every time like clockwork. Well, you're smart, though, so you understand that the dissident right-wing position is different than the far-left position. And it's fine for it to be different, but we need to acknowledge that it's different. The dissident right-wing is not talking about the same thing as the far-left is. You're having two different conversations. All right, everyone cross your finger that our MAGA retard has sat down and has humbled himself to this experience. Let's listen to this white person teach us about what white supremacy actually means.
And a lot of my talk is essentially drawn from it. So if you're interested in some of the ideas, by all means, check out the article for a fuller discussion.
Oh, that's where you got
And the first thing I want to talk about is actually the name for this talk, which is Don't Read Settlers. And
so now I actually have to apologize to this person because I didn't realize that these signs literally said race mixing is communism. So I owe you an apology, bro. I understand where you got that now. My bad. See, I can apologize when I'm wrong. Doesn't happen often. But I can apologize when I'm wrong.
Part of that is provocation, because if you've ever encountered fans of the book online, they often use the hashtag of read settlers. And this is just kind of a way to push against that. I'm not anti-intellectual, and I hope people here are not, because by all means, if you're interested in these ideas and want to know what Sakai actually says, read Settlers for yourself. Decide for yourself. I have a little more to say on the title, but I'll save that for later. So to get started, when we think about proletarian struggle as envisioned by Marxism, It's about workers not only ending their own exploitation, but taking up the struggles of all the oppressed under capitalism and leading the way to communism. But if we look at the United States history, we'd see certainly a long history of reformist and conservative segments of the working class. And the working class, in many respects, has not acted as this revolutionary class, as the gravediggers of capitalism. And the question of why the US working class is not revolutionary has preoccupied radicals pretty much for the last 150 or so years. And
what they're asking is, why aren't poor white people engaging in communism?
Does the existence of racism or white supremacy prevent white workers from becoming revolutionary?
See.
Or does the origin of the United States as a settler colonial state mean the working class is incapable of being a revolutionary force? And one answer to these questions can be found in the work of J. Sakai. And Sakai's work, Settlers, the Mythology of the White Proletariat, is an influential work among certain segments of Maoism and Third Worldists. And it covers a broad sweep of American history from the 1600s until the 80s when it was published. And Settlers argues that the class structure in the US is abnormal since it was built on a foundation of conquest, genocide, and enslavement. And he says, and I quote, "Your American workers as a whole were a privileged labor stratum, a petty bourgeois consciousness that was unable to rise above reformism." And he says that white workers are privileged and that it's...
To be very clear, I will never stop saying the word retard. It will never happen. If your expectation is that I will stop saying the word retard, you're going to be disappointed. There will be no wealthy in their utopia. All resources will belong to everyone. There will be no generational wealth in their utopia, so all wealth will revert to the masses. There is no private home ownership in the utopia. There's no money in the utopia. So, the wealthy will not exist. Everyone will be equally rich and equally poor. Yeah, we're not going to stop saying the word retard. It's not going to happen. It's pretty, I knew it, I knew he was going to come back. It's pretty clear to me that you don't tolerate no dissenting opinions. No, bro, no. We do not tolerate the opinions of people who have not listened, don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and are obviously misinformed and are just here to whine and complain in my chat because people won't agree with them. I am not the only one that is not tolerating your opinion. Do you want me to prove that to you? Press 1 in the chat if you agree with MAGA Warrior. Press 2 in the chat if you agree with me. You're going to see pretty clearly this is not me tolerating no dissenting opinion. This is no one agrees with you. 1 in the chat if you agree with MAGA Warrior. 2 in the chat if you agree with me. You're rude and smug attitude will keep holding you back until you fade into obscurity. Well, bro, looks like my chat is on my side. See that? Do you see a single one? This is a popularity contest. Bro, you're too stupid to be here. Goodbye. You have been voted off the island by my chat. You've been voted off the island. We don't want you here. You're not smart enough to be here. You don't listen. Hey, Naptown. Naptown, I haven't seen you in a minute. What's going on, bro? Why are you here, Naptown? Is there something afoot? I always get nervous when Naptown shows up. Naptown hasn't shown up in a while. And we just did a Big Tech Redemption Arc video yesterday, so I'm wondering if Naptown showing up has anything to do with the Big Tech Redemption Arc video. Making me a little nervous, if I'm honest about it, Naptown. Making me a little nervous. Yeah, this is why... Hey, Nathaniel, good to see you. This is why MAGA is going to lose. Sit down, shut the fuck up, and pay attention. I'm going to put that on a t-shirt. Sit down, shut the fuck up, pay attention. Yes, you are the weakest link. You have been voted off the island. We don't want you here. Go away.
To actually colonize peoples who have been the proletariat which capitalism derives its super profits. And Settlers actually poses a number of interesting questions and to a certain extent correctly challenges left and mainstream labor histories, which ignore the interaction of race and class in the settler colonial origins of the United States. But the book is marred by its cherry picking of data, its poor methodology, multiple claims advanced without foundation, its unclear use of
I'm
class,
really enjoying
and the
the
fact
yelling
that it
tonight.
ultimately advances politically defeatist conclusions. I want to do an overview of some of the themes of the book. So in terms of settler colonialism for Sakai, settlers to the United States were attracted by the prospect of land, and the subsequent colonial structure was shaped by the genocide of the indigenous
Sit down,
and the
shut the fuck up,
enslavement
pay
of African
attention.
people. And he argues that the enslavement of Africans did not actually hurt the interests of poor whites, because due to the existence of super exploited slave labor, white workers never coalesced into a proletariat because they're too privileged and transitory in their condition. And this, he concludes this by saying that the settler colonial structure not only benefited the planters and the bourgeoisie, but also poor whites. This meant that all classes had a material interest in maintaining white supremacy. And he says it's the decisive factor in the consciousness of all classes and strata of white society from 1600 to now. And he says that white workers maintained their higher standard of living at the expense of slaves and became a labor aristocracy, and this could never achieve revolutionary consciousness.
Okay, I want you to hear this. What they're basically saying is that white workers had a higher standard of living, and that's why they couldn't, attain revolutionary class consciousness. What they mean by a higher standard of living is white workers had more private property. White workers couldn't achieve a revolutionary consciousness, a revolutionary class consciousness, because they owned more stuff. They owned more private property compared to black workers, who socialists believe that all black people should really be socialists. So that's, I don't know what the point of the background is. You got to ask him. Listen. How about you sit down and listen to the presentation? How about you listen to what's being said? I didn't make the presentation.
Interest in maintaining white supremacy. And he says it's the decisive factor in the consciousness of all classes and strata of white society from 1600 to now. And he says that white workers maintained their higher standard of living at the expense of slaves and became a labor aristocracy, and this could never achieve revolutionary consciousness.
Okay. So everyone disregard everything this person said. This person's a self-admitted socialist. We're not socialists here, bro. We're anti-communists. Now it makes sense.
But the real proletariat is composed of Latinos, blacks, immigrants, etc. And it's from them that capitalism derives its super profits. And ultimately, the settler colonial structure of the United States means that whites cannot transcend their privilege to fight with others for common liberation because they have no material reason to do so.
Whites cannot transcend their privilege. Privilege means capitalist privilege. Whites cannot transcend their privilege to fight with others for liberation. Liberation means to free oneself from capitalism because they have no material reason to do so. That means they own more private property. Everyone understand?
And that capitalism derives its super profits. And ultimately, the settler colonial structure of the United States means that whites cannot transcend their privilege to fight with others for common liberation because they have no material reason to do so.
They have more private property, more wealth than other people. That's why.
And throughout the book, Sakai details how white supremacy was created.
Oh, here we
how
go.
The class formation.
Here we go. Here we go. Naptown. Can we get your thoughts on attending a potential Thorpe TV live streamer ski trip? OPC Dawn, a YouTube power broker, raised the idea on a recent stream with Grace Thorpe and Ruby. I don't know anything about this. I haven't been watching Grace lately. I don't want to watch Grace lately. I don't want anything to do with this. So I don't know anything about any ski trip. All I know is Grace was given a black eye or something because I saw you guys show up on my recommendations. So I know that there's some sort of feud between these two. But I think, yeah. I think that I should just say no to the Thorpes. I think you should probably go ask Big Tech to attend the ski trip. And maybe he can impregnate Grace Thorpe or something. I think that's probably a much better idea.
Of the white nation was constantly reformed by the incorporation of new waves of immigrants from Ireland and Eastern Europe. And in part, Settlers is responding to left populists and Marxist historians, mostly those connected with the Communist Party, like, say, Philip Foner, who largely ignore the settler colonial origins of the United States. I'll get into this later, but Sakai is not a corrective to them. And Sakai looks at the struggles of unions through a very particular lens. And, you know, he says that unions and like immigrant laborers who joined them were not fighting for equality, but they were fighting to join the ranks of the oppressor white nation and gain benefits from that. And he doesn't just apply this to conservative unions such as the American Federation of Labor, but also left-leaning ones such as the Industrial Workers of the World and the Congress of Industrial Organizations. And for him, the history of trade unionism is not one of class solidarity, but continual betrayal of non-whites. And he says every advance of European trade unionism meant the clearing of African workers out of another mill, factory, railroad, warehouse, or dock. And he argues, though, in the 70s that following neoliberalism and attacks on the welfare state, that the white settler society was starting to fragment. And I'll get into some of what he says about that later. And he kind of concludes that to overcome settler colonialism, and I think this is actually maybe the one thing I agree with him, and I hope everyone here does actually, is that we need a communist party and revolution.
Oh!
But he also said, I would also say that his analysis and methodology stand completely in the way of that. And in terms of his methodology, Settlers is one of these broad sweeps of history. And in any type of broad history, there's a lot of overgeneralizations and errors creep in. And even the very best broad histories have that. And Settlers touches on a lot of areas and topics.
Okay. You need to stop this now. Stop shitposting in my chat. Either you're here to learn or you're going to be removed. I don't want any more shitposting. I don't want any more nonsense. If you're not commenting on something related to the presentation, then I don't want to hear what you have to say.
Not really in any depth. And I would say, despite that, that doesn't necessarily undermine his thesis. What I think actually does undermine his thesis is his cherry picking of data to fit conclusions. Right. And one example is his discussion of the IWW, which was an anarchist syndicalist union. It's still around, actually. But its high point was right before World War I and during World War I. And they were avowedly revolutionary. And Sakai claims that the IWW, which fought for one big union, was actually just a better example of white unionism, and that they had no intention of fighting colonialism and national oppression. But this ignores a number of things, such as the fact that the IWW did fight racism. They actually had members who fought in the Mexican Revolution, and they fought imperialism. In fact, the IWW was repressed during World War I because they opposed it. Now, if the IWW's goal was simply white unionism, it would have made sense for them to operate as a craft union like the AFL, but they didn't. They were industrial union. And if the IWW primarily supported the unity of white workers, why were they so stubbornly internationalist during World War I? Why did they resist the type of national chauvinist propaganda? And to those questions, Sakai provides no answers. And a second example can be found in his treatment of the Congress of Industrial Organizations, or the CIO. And the CIO was the major union of the 30s and 40s, and it eventually encompassed millions of members. And many CIO unions were led by socialists or communists of one sort or another. And these were not only dedicated organizers, but they often took principled stands against racism and segregation. And it's interesting to note that Sakai, in an interview, says he learned the truth about Black and white relations in the CIO. And once he learned that, it led him to undertake the research for Settlers. And he said, finally, an anarchist veteran of the auto workers' historic 1930s.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is a good question. In the communist utopia, there would be no unions because there'd be no need for them. Yeah, because the workers would control everything. So the whole purpose of unions is to give workers power to negotiate with the bourgeois capitalists who they are oppressed by, right? So once the workers control everything, there'd be no more needs for unions. Great point, Joe.
Flint sit-down strike told me that the strike had been Jim Crow, that one of the unpublicized demands had been to keep Black workers down only as janitors or out of the plants altogether. This blew my mind. That's when it hit me that the wonderful working class history that the movement had taught us was a lie. And at one point in Settlers, he says that the CIO disorganized the nationally pressed and even conscripted, his words, third world workers into unions. The interesting thing is there's no evidence for any of that at all. That's just an anecdote that he kind of picked up. So all this anti-racist work of leftists in the CIO is just erased, and it's replaced with a wide-ranging conspiracy of settler colonial manipulation. None of this is to say that there is not racism and white supremacy, or that it did not impact the class consciousness of white workers. And there were certainly betrayals by craft unions such as the AFL and others. But Sakai's historical view of US labor as one of white betrayal is just as partial as the class unity perspective put forward by Foner. They tend to flatten US history to one of just workers versus capitalists, while Sakai denies the existence of a multinational proletariat, since white workers are just oppressors. Now, a partial truth can sometimes be a gateway to a greater truth, but that's only when the facts do not contradict its main thesis. But the partial truth that Sakai advances is just an utter falsehood. He simplifies the contradictions in American society into those of an oppressor white nation and oppressed nations. The reality is much more complex. There are Black workers and there are Black capitalists. And within the working class, there are many layers, including among whites with revolutionary potential. Now, every radical movement, past and present, has had to deal with the complex interaction between race and class. They've had to develop strategies to overcome them. And the Wobblies and the Communist Party did not always handle those contradictions correctly. Sometimes they got it wrong, very wrong. That's all true. However, their story is not just one of white betrayal.
Dan.
And if we were to deal with the contradictions of race and class to discover the revolutionary potential of today, then we do need a methodology that can help us. However, that method of identifying the possibilities of revolution will not be found using Sakai's partial and simplistic approach. And this brings me to the labor aristocracy. And again, central to his argument is the whole idea that white workers are this labor aristocracy, and they get their super profits from, or their privileges from super exploitation. But the concept of labor aristocracy and super exploitation does not quite explain conservatism among workers. And the term was first used by Lenin, but we mostly associate it with Lenin. And he used it after 1914 when the socialist parties rushed to support their respective bourgeoisies in World War I. And to explain opportunism and reformism, Lenin argued that imperialism generated super profits that bribed, directly and indirectly, the upper crust of the working class. And he argued that the labor aristocracy was a counter-revolutionary force and that communists should organize deeper in the working class.
Hang on. Do you think the reason why land can't be owned in the system beyond private property reasons similar to food distribution, so they can control it to make sure no one can grow? I mean, they just believe that property shouldn't be privately owned. They believe that all resources should be available to the collective. With food distribution, they believe everyone has a right to food, and therefore no one should own the means of production of food distribution. And so the state has to own it because then the state makes it available to the collective. So it still, to me, Mark, sounds like you're trying to put a conservative interpretation on things rather than seeing it for what it is. No one cares about the background, bro. It's just a background. No one cares. If it was important to the presentation, he would explain why. But continuing to ask the same question is not going to deliver you an answer. It's just going to piss me off.
And it's important to note that Lenin said that the labor aristocracy was just a privileged minority of workers, while the vast majority, the lower mass, was not infected by that type of bourgeois respectability. And I don't know how third worldists can draw from Lenin that he would think that all workers in, say, the United States are a bunch of labor aristocrats. It's just not in there. All that aside, Sakai takes the following from the labor aristocracy thesis, that workers who backed imperialism were not just backward, but their politics were in favor of this class alliance. The labor aristocracy was not neutral, but they fought for capitalism, and that revolution is decided by oppressed nations that under imperialism, that Euro-American workers were the most privileged and they use their super profits to maintain those privileges. And there are a number of objections to the thesis, not least of which is just a misreading of Lenin. But how do labor aristocrats, who are a relatively small group, gain such support from large numbers of workers? And one writer, Charlie Post, has written a number of articles on this, which you can check out for yourself. And he says it's not necessarily true that better paid workers are conservative, because if you look at the radical wings of the pre-war World War I socialist parties and later the communist parties, many of their members actually came from well-paid workers. And during the CIO unionization drive of the 30s, it was often skilled industrial workers who took the lead. And the significant role of well-paid workers in militant struggles is because they're concentrated in these very capital-intensive industries, and they have considerable or potential power when they act collectively. So they can have a greater impact than workers in less capital-intensive industries. And often those skilled workers are targeted first with restructuring. Now, this is, again, there's certainly a history of working class reformers in the United States. There's not even a mild social democratic labor party here. And most of the time, workers are not acting in radical ways. And when they are, those struggles are generally of short duration. But there is a minority among the working class that is active, and they form the labor bureaucracy who administer.
No, you're not here to teach. You are here to learn.
Unions. And the labor bureaucrats generally see unions as these previous gains of struggles, so they want to maintain that. So they're more likely to engage in reformism and refrain from revolution. But in terms of imperialism, that doesn't quite explain the existence of labor conservatism either. Foreign direct investment is actually only 5% of the global total. The rest is actually within the boundaries of each industrialized nation. But foreign investment does play a role in counteracting declining profit rates. But now foreign investment does benefit workers to a certain extent in the global north, but those benefits are not evenly distributed, nor do they necessarily lead to higher wages. And we'll get into that in a second. And for the most part, workers who receive a payment above the value they produce are actually very exceptional, small strata, and they exist in very extraordinary conditions. So the United States has been an imperialist country since at least the end of the 19th century. It is one today. But since the 70s, there's been a decline in wages, union density, and a growth of unemployment. And GDP has actually tripled in that period of time, but workers are actually not better off. Now, I'm not going to go into detail here, but I think the biggest refutation of Sakai's thesis is just looking at statistics for workers in the US. Far from being this affluent paradise that Sakai thinks it is, the United States is actually the most unequal advanced industrialized country in the world. One study from 10 years ago said that close to 50 million US citizens live below the poverty line. I have no doubt that's actually gone up in the last decade. Now, another question is the whole idea of class formation. And Sakai is actually very unclear and confused when he talks about class. On the one hand, he says that white workers form a privileged labor aristocracy. But on the other hand, he says that workers were eliminated. White workers as a class were eliminated after World War II. Yet in another interview, he says, there is obviously a white working class in the US, a large one, many, many millions, from offshore oil derricks to the construction trades to auto plants, but it isn't a proletariat. It isn't the most exploited class from which capitalism derives its super profits.
Global North is first world countries, global South is third world countries, essentially.
Now, there's one thing here I just want to point out, and he seems to think there's a that the working class and the proletariat are different things. That's a distinction without a difference. You can use those interchangeably. But that aside, he seems to assume that a class can only exist when it is conscious. So whenever white workers undertake struggles, it's no class consciousness at all. They're simply fighting for their super profits. So again, he seems to think class and class struggle is mainly defined by its conscious element. But if we're Marxists, we know that class should be looked upon primarily as an objective category defined.
Wrong. No. That is a dissident right-wing interpretation. That is not the left-wing interpretation, and that's what we're interested in tonight. That is not what that means. Disregard anything this person says.
By the social relations of exploitation that extract surplus labor from the immediate producers. Now, while the class struggle can and often does have a subjective factor, this is not necessarily the case. Collective unity and consciousness may or may not emerge in the course of struggle. We hope it does. We may work for it, but sometimes it just doesn't happen. But even without a sense of collective identity, there's always resistance by the dominated classes because the very nature of exploitation just compels struggle against it. In fact, most class struggles throughout history have not been defined by class consciousness, but that does not change their nature of class struggles. Now, if we were to use Sakai to look at class and class struggle as principally defined by their degree of consciousness, then we'd actually have to just discount most of the class struggles that have occurred throughout history. And I think this makes a mockery of the materialist conception of history. And I think another thing is Sakai is looking for class consciousness as fully conscious, socialist or communist of one sort. But we know that the class struggle is never pure. Any struggle has advanced.
Do you guys notice they're not talking a lot about white skin color in the presentation that's specifically about white people? They're talking about class consciousness, class consciousness, class consciousness, class consciousness. It's not about skin color. It's never been about skin color.
Ideas along with backward ones mixed in. In other words, we should not expect to encounter proletariat knights in shining armor. Now, there have been others who've done a much better job of explaining the interaction between race and class, and I'll list a few names: Alexander Saxton, Ted Allen, David Roediger, and Noel Ignatieff. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but Saxton, he looks at the development of racism and white privilege in the 19th century, and he looks at how racism and privilege were formed and reformed through class struggle. Roediger argues that, for white workers, racism was not just about economic advantage, but racism emerged due to their fear of capitalist work discipline and wage dependency, and that there was a
What was that? Racism was the result of what? Again?
The development of racism and white privilege in the 19th century. And he looks at how racism and privilege were formed and reformed through class struggle. Roediger argues that
racism and privilege were formed and reformed through class struggle. It's not about skin color. Systemic racism means the system that upholds racism. The system is capitalism. What they mean when they say racism is disparity in outcome. They mean there's a hierarchy. White people have more private property than non-white people. That is a disparity in outcome. That is a hierarchy. The people who are on top of the hierarchy have the privilege. The privilege is not necessarily a result of their skin color, because they're not even talking about skin color. The privilege is a result of the fact that they own more private property. And if black people owned more private property, then if you had like rich black families, they would be considered to have white privilege as well, through sheer virtue of the fact that they own private property, because it's not about skin color, it's about the ownership of private property. Does everyone understand? Again?
For white workers, racism was not just about economic advantage, but racism emerged due to their fear of capitalist work discipline and wage dependency.
Boom.
And that there was a psychological benefit from whiteness. Now,
there was a psychological benefit from whiteness, and it appeared because of class consciousness. That means it appeared because of the hierarchy in private property ownership. White privilege means capitalist privilege.
We could raise all kinds of objections to their view of history or privilege or what have you, but just looking at Saxton and Roediger, they offer a far better understanding of class formation than Sakai. And there's one reason we can just point to is they actually don't deny the existence of a white working class, but they actually catalog how white supremacy shaped and deformed the class struggles that they did engage with. And this brings me to the last point, which is privilege. Now, Sakai has said that due to globalization and neoliberalism, the old settler social contract is breaking apart, and the US is undergoing desettlerization. Now, you would think this might conceivably open the door for whites to engage in class struggle, but Sakai sees a far greater likelihood for fascism, for white workers to restore their privileges. He argues that revolutionary change, in fact, would be against the interests of white workers because they have a material interest in maintaining white supremacy. And this leads to
They have a material interest. That means they own more stuff.
very pessimistic conclusion that no section of whites can ever free themselves from privileges and fight for communist revolution. Now, while Sakai's work purports to explain the historical emergence of white supremacy and privilege, he ends up reifying both and making them into this insurmountable barrier that whites can never transcend. And I think a better approach to whiteness was developed by the historian Ted Allen. And he recognized that the white race was a bourgeois form of social control. And it emerged in the 17th century after Bacon's rebellion with the possibility of black and white unity. And afterwards, a system of racial oppression was created where members of the white race were granted special benefits and privileges. And this tied all whites together, including poor whites, and it prevented unity between poor whites and poor non-whites. And Allen recognized that racial supremacy did bring short-term benefits to white workers, but over the long term, it harmed their interests. And it's like injecting a very hard drug. The immediate effect feels very good, but over the long term, it will kill you. And white supremacy is not this inherent trait of white people, but rather the white race must be understood as this social construct, as a ruling class social formation. In other words, it
and there it is. Did everyone catch that? Again? Please? Again? Yep, he said the thing. Always happens. He said it. Inevitably. Again? I wonder if our Magatard is still listening. Hang on, let's see. Yup, our Magatard is still listening. Our band in the chat, Magatard, is still listening. If only I could unban the Magatard now, but I don't feel like it. But he's still listening. Again.
Very good. But over the long term, it will kill you. And white supremacy is not this inherent trait of white people, but rather the white race must be understood as this social construct, as a ruling class social formation. In other words, race was something that developed historically. It wasn't just this reified idea. And the ultimate beneficiary of white supremacy was not the working class, but the ruling class. And this whole...
The ultimate beneficiary of white supremacy is not the working class, the proletariat. It's the ruling class, the bourgeois. The bourgeois is the private property owner. Whiteness is a social construct to benefit the bourgeois, the capitalist class. That's why white privilege is not about your skin color. It's about who owns the property. It is about capitalist privilege. Has nothing to do with skin color. Nothing to do with it at all. Let's just listen to that one more time.
But over the long term, it will kill you. And white supremacy is not this inherent trait of white people, but rather the white race must be understood as this social construct, as a ruling class social formation. In other words, race was something that developed historically. It wasn't just this reified idea. And the ultimate beneficiary of white supremacy was not the working class, but the ruling class. And
we watched this whole presentation just for that one line, so that people can see this has nothing to do with skin color. Has everything to do with whether or not you're part of the working class, the proletariat, the oppressed, or the bourgeois class, the capitalist, the private property owner. Yes. Whiteness has nothing to do with skin color. Black people can be considered to be white under this system. Doesn't matter how pale your skin is. It is only about whether or not you're part of the ruling class, the capitalist class, the bourgeois class, the private property owner, or about whether you're a part of the proletariat, the oppressed. That's it. Whiteness deals with systemic privilege caused by the oppressive system of capitalism. Systemic racism means the system that upholds capitalism. Institutional racism means the institution that upholds capitalism. That's what they mean when they say this. They all think this too. And listen, I know I have dissident right-wingers listening, And you guys have different objections based on skin color. And I want the dissident right-wingers to know the perspective of the left does not diminish your objections based on skin color, based on the erasure of the white race and all this stuff, based on white people becoming a minority. Okay, all that's real and it's valid. But I need people to understand, especially if you come from the dissident right, they simply do not have the same definitions you do. They are working on a completely different definition. It's a completely different language. You're going like this. You're going like this. The private property owners did. We covered this earlier. The private property owners did. Yeah, you don't need a fucking tiki torch. They're not having the same conversation that you're having. It's a different conversation. It's different definitions. Yes, Oprah would absolutely be part of whiteness. Oprah is a literal billionaire. Oprah is 100% considered white under this system.
This whole system of racial oppression could be maintained, but under times of crisis, it came under threat and it started to crack. And to Alan,
No. Well, we have seen leftists call Oprah white. Just because you haven't seen it, dissident right-winger, because you're not fucking listening to what's being said. All right, dissident right-winger, I want you, we're going to rewind again just for you, asshole. We're going to rewind again just for you. I want you to explain how this person is saying that whiteness is a social construct. How whiteness is a class conversation. That's going to be a question for you. No one else answered this. We're asking this person and this person alone. Because this person is a dissident right-winger who is not fucking listening. They're literally telling you it's not about skin color, bro. And we're going to play it again just for you. And then I'm going to ask you to explain it. And if you don't, you're going to be permanently banned in my chat. Because you're being intellectually dishonest. So listen again. The goal is not to defend your position. The goal is to understand theirs. Correct.
the immediate effect feels very good, but over the long term, it will kill you. And white supremacy is not this inherent trait of white people, but rather the white race must be understood as this social construct, as a ruling class social formation.
How is the white race a social construct, which means it's artificially created, that must be understood as the ruling class formation? The ruling class means the bourgeois, the capitalist class, the private property owner. We're going to wait for our Weimar Republic friend to explain this to us. How can whiteness be considered a social construct if whiteness is about skin color? How can whiteness only be understood in terms of the ruling class social formation, which means the bourgeois class, the private property owner versus the proletariat, the oppressed? How can that be if this is about skin color? We're waiting for Weimar Republic to explain this to us. And if he doesn't, he's going to get permanently banned in my chat. He's either going to explain this to us or he's going to admit that he doesn't know and he's wrong. Those are his options. I have no patience for people who come into my chat and disrupt things and don't fucking listen and then argue with me like they know more about this than I do. You do not know more about this than I do. I promise you, you do not know more about this than I do. So we're waiting for Weimar Republic. How can whiteness be a social construct and a formation of the social class? We're waiting. If it was just about skin color, it wouldn't be either of those things. We're waiting. He's about to have a hissy fit any minute now. We're waiting. Why use skin color to obfuscate their terminology? That's a question from Rumble. Because every single term that these people use is a reference to capitalism. Everything. It's not just skin color. It's every term they use is a reference to capitalism. I suppose you're right that socialists think about it that way. Yeah, you're goddamn right. I'm correct. But wouldn't you agree there were some perhaps less educated people on the left who's no, I wouldn't agree. No, I wouldn't agree at all. The only people who have this white person victim complex are dissident right-wingers or stupid conservatives who listen to stupid conservative influencers. The conservative right and the dissident right talk about white skin color way more than the left does, and it's not even fucking close. You are the one who has that grievance. Weimar Republic. That's you. You are the one who feels like a poor white victim of the world. That's you. They're not having the same conversation as you. That is what we are trying to tell you. All of this is conservative bullshit, talking points, propaganda. This is not real. This is brought to you by the retarded dissident right who has never actually listened to the left in their lives. So you need to unlearn this bullshit. If you want to understand the left, if you want to understand why all of this is happening, then you need to unlearn this bullshit. And we are banning the retard in the chat over on Rumble who's calling us all stupid because that person is just not smart enough to be here. I know you're going through the 5 stages of grief right now, Weimar Republic. I really understand it. But you need to understand that everything that you've been told about the left is wrong. And that's why you're getting yelled at right now, because we need to beat it into your fucking thick skull that you are not having the same conversation as the left. They do not care about white skin color. They have never cared about white skin color. The person giving this presentation is white. The only people who care about white skin color are people on the fucking right.
Words, race was something that developed historically. It wasn't just this reified idea. And the ultimate beneficiary of white supremacy was not the working class, but the ruling class. And this whole system of racial oppression.
Yes. And when the left wins, because no one has bothered to understand what the left is doing, because all they're interested in is shilling their fucking conservative talking points, when the left wins, we are all fucked. And it doesn't matter what race you are. We are all fucked when these people win.
Could be maintained, but under times of crisis, it came under threat and it started to crack. And Alan actually says that when he actually does offer some strategy about how to deal with that. For one, is white workers can't take the bait of repudiating solidarity with non-whites, and they actually have to fight, stress the white radicals also have to stress the importance of anti-racism in pretty much everything they do.
Anti-racism means anti-capitalism.
Uphold the principles of anything that cuts
white
into profit
radicals
is good,
mean
and
white
always
socialists.
maintaining proletariat hegemony and mass struggles. It's kind of a broad overview of some of those ideas.
He literally just said that they always need to maintain proletariat hegemony. Again?
Actually does offer some strategy about how to deal with that. For one, is white workers can't take the bait of repudiating solidarity with non-whites, and they actually have to fight, stress the white radicals also have to stress the importance of anti-racism in pretty much everything they do. And we have to
anti-racism means anti-capitalism.
Uphold the principles of anything that cuts into profit is good, and always maintain
anything that cuts into profit is good. That means anti-capitalism.
Proletariat hegemony and mass struggles.
always maintaining proletariat hegemony in mass struggles. That means that all socialists are like, they're socialists, they're leftists. Proletariat means non-private property owner.
It's kind of a broad overview of some of those ideas. But whatever objections we might have against Ted Allen's interpretation of history or white skin privilege, it's important to note that he does not reify whiteness. And he does offer his own strategy for how to overcome it. Now, even though there's clearly a multinational working class in the United States, this does not answer the question whether it's bought off and incapable of leading a revolution. I won't pretend to offer a definitive answer here, but I will offer you some preliminary ones. The United States has unfortunately not had a socialist revolution. And there is clearly a history of racism, chauvinism, homophobia, etc. here,
all those
including
things
among
mean capitalism.
segments of the working class. And there are certainly examples of what I call relative privilege among workers. And that relative privilege comes from systems of white supremacy, patriarchy, imperialism, etc. And we can look at a white worker in South Carolina, and they certainly might make more than their black counterpart there or elsewhere, or from a sweatshop laborer in the third world. But those relative privileges.
Yeah, this is a good point from Milo. People seem to be having a hard time understanding that the left believes that race did not exist before slavery, and before that people were thought of in terms of kingdom. Yeah, this is an important point. So you want to know why this is not related to skin color at all? Not really. Because they believe that white people were created when basically the Jews brought black slaves to America, and they oppressed them under capitalism by making them a form of private property. And the only reason that the white race was created was because it was a distinguishing mechanism between private property owners, which were white, and the private property, which were black. That's it. Prior to that, they believed that they were referenced to by their country of origin. Like they said they were Irish or Italian or English or Spanish or French or Jewish or any of those things. Not really Jewish, but kind of Jewish because slave owners were mostly Jewish. I'm just saying that slave owners were mostly Jewish. I'm just saying. I'm throwing a bone to the dissident right-wingers. They were mostly Jewish. I'm just saying. But that's when they believed that white people were created, when slaves were brought to America.
Do not change the fact that that white worker is still exploited. They're still enmeshed in capitalist social relations. And too often among third worldists, the identification of relative privilege among a segment of the population is enough to condemn them as bought off or hopelessly reactionary. As the argument goes, privileged whites who are bought off have no material interest in fighting capitalism because it benefits them. And the only way for the privileged to join the revolutionary struggle is by checking or renouncing their privileges in this individualistic fashion, and then they can fight. Yet this approach, I'd say, is rooted in idealism and not an understanding of the material necessity for workers to engage in struggle. What I would say is one's relative privilege does not determine their destiny. It is not a mark of Cain. It's not original sin. And privilege is not the only factor at work among our consciousness. It is not permanent because the dynamics of capitalism react upon the social status of people in many ways. So there are openings for revolutionary ideas because workers do have a material interest in socialism. And the lines between who is going to fight for revolution and who is going to fight against it are not already drawn because we don't know the political alignments of the future. And it's not true that those without privilege and the poorest of the poor are just inherently revolutionary and will fight for socialism. That's economism and it's proven false by history. We can find poor people who are avowed religious fundamentalists or embrace other forms of reactionary politics as opposed to socialism. And as I said, the founders of the American Communist Party came not just from immigrant workers, but also from highly skilled ones. And if we look at just the movement against the Vietnam War, it was led in many ways by affluent students. In other words, those with relative privilege are not devoid of revolutionary potential.
True.
And the objective conditions are not eternally stacked against us, but they do contain the seeds of revolution. And just to wrap up, is every question that Sakai asks about race, class, US history, the potential for revolution are actually good questions. They're the questions we should ask because we actually do need a materialist history. We do need an analysis of American society. Yet Sakai does not provide that. His work is marked by errors, methodological, and factual. And his
Don't worry, Nathaniel. I'm going to say STFU. So it's not going to actually say shut the fuck up. It's just going to say STFU. All right, guys, that's basically the end of this presentation. Now, I do want to watch
Political
this
conclusion.
Maoism presentation. This is what I'm probably going to end on today, is this Maoism presentation, because I've been waiting to watch this, and this is like half an hour long. So the reason I want to watch this, and we have more Denver Communist stuff to watch. We have a treasure trove of Denver Communist stuff. So I appreciate if people have shown up for Socialism Saturday, the Denver Communists are always ones that are going to be really good introductions because they mostly speak in plain English. They have a ton of stuff. They cover a ton of topics. And I want to watch this Maoism one because I want to know how these people actually feel about Mao. All right, this is going to be our last presentation for today. Everyone, hang in there. I'm losing my voice because I'm yelling so much. We're all going to survive. Ready to do this? Let's see how they feel about Mao.
First thing I want to talk about is why should I give this presentation? Well, basically, Maoism is an influential tendency on the left. It causes a lot of confusion for various people. Maoists and Trotskyists have generally not been able to be in the same organization.
Maoists and Trotskyists are not able to be in the same organization. Interesting.
And hopefully, you know, this talk should give people an idea of why. Yeah. So Maoism is a development of Stalinism. It's also influenced by Confucianism, which is a...
Oh my God! James Lindsay is so full of shit. James Lindsay is full of shit. Confirmed. We got you, asshole. James Lindsay is full of shit. Every single fucking time he says this is about Maoism, this is about Maoism with American characteristics, James is wrong. Because the vast majority of communists today in the United States hate Stalin. And they consider Maoism to be a form of Stalinism. Maoism is a development of Stalinism. James is wrong. James owes me $2. It's true. Wow! Right off the bat. See, I've been telling you guys, what have I been saying for weeks? I'm like, why is James going on and on and on about Mao when Mao is not even ever mentioned on the left? Why is Mao never mentioned on the left? Why is James continuing to push this idea that Mao is the most influential figure on the left when they never even talk about him? Because James is shilling conservative bullshit propaganda. That's why. The left in the United States does not like Stalin. They're almost all Leninists. Leninists hate Stalin because Leninists believe that Stalin basically screwed everything up. They were like, Lenin was great. If we just continued with Lenin, everything would have been fine. And then Stalin swoops in, messes everything up. And they believe that Maoism is a development of Stalinism. Holy shit. And this is all because conservatives hate China. That's it. This whole Mao talking point is because the conservative right hates China. And James Lindsay is grifting to Christians and conservatives because that's who pays his bills. Guys, as a reminder, I am completely politically independent. I do not take money from the left. I do not take money from the right. The only people I take money from are people like you who want to know the truth. The real truth, not the bullshit, not the political narrative. You guys want to help me meet my super chat goal? I'm just saying that James is funded by people who tell him what to say. James Lindsay is making God knows how much money, being funded by people who are telling him what to say when what they are telling him to say is not hinged into reality. James exaggerates Mao at best. The only influence from Mao in current Marxist circles is in the identity, politics, and education, nothing more. Yep. Typical James. Typical James. Guys, I have $31 more to get to my goal. I'm just saying. No. This is not a James Lindsay presentation at all. Let's just listen to, we're just going to let this just one more time, just for me. Just for this little gift that I've been given.
Yeah. So Maoism is a development of Stalinism. It's also influenced by Confucianism, which is a Chinese feudal philosophy. If you want to read about those influences, I can give you a book on it. But it's not that interesting. It primarily comes from the experience of the Chinese Revolution and takes its name from Mao Zedong, who was the historical leader of the Chinese Communist Party. And it's now an international tendency with active adherents around the world.
Here is some of my rent money. A roof next month would be nice, but this is, yeah, thank you, average person. But please keep a roof over your head. Please keep a roof over your head as well. We need you. You're doing espionage. You're infiltrating the anarchists in Seattle for us. We appreciate you. Yeah. True. James Lindsay is a big fat fake and a liar. True.
So to understand Maoism, we need to have a brief historical understanding of the situation that China was in and the history of the Chinese Revolution. So in the early 1900s, China was suffering under the weight of foreign imperialism from the British, Portuguese, and lots of other Western powers, as well as corrupt.
True. James is fake and gay. It's true. James is fake and gay. Yep. At the same time, James, fake and gay. Fake and gay, James. True.
Feudal Qing.
Yep. I'm sorry. I'm just taking screenshots of all of this. James Lindsay, liar, pants on fire. We caught you again, James. How many times have we caught James Lindsay lying now? How many times have we caught James lying? A lot.
Dynasty that was basically holding China back. And the Qing dynasty was formally overthrown in 1912. Liberal republic that was established after that, called the Republic of China, was a completely ineffective government and was mostly powerless. It's also important to note that feudal elements remained throughout the countryside. This revolution kind of didn't do that much. So a few years afterwards, the Chinese Communist Party was established in 1921 with help from the Soviet Union and the Comintern. And it's important to note that at this time, the strategy of the Comintern was international workers' revolution. And so the Chinese Communist Party was actually influential among the urban working class in China in its early years. However, in the international stage, there were defeats of attempted workers' revolutions in Italy and Germany, leading to the consolidation of fascism in those countries and the isolation of the Soviet Union, which led to the consolidation of a bureaucratic class in the Soviet Union, led by Stalin. This led to a rightward shift in the Comintern and caused them to give support for progressive bourgeois nationalism abroad, as sort of as a way to like fast track creating new allies for the Soviet Union. In China, the meaning of this was basically that the Chinese Communist Party should align itself with the Kuomintang or the Chinese Nationalist Party to defeat the Qing aristocracy. Now, Trotsky argued against this primarily from a class independence point of view. And of course, this is something that we consider to be a disastrous alliance because, you know, workers and capitalists have different interests, obviously. And unfortunately, the results of this disastrous alliance came to fruit in 1927, when the Kuomintang ordered the slaughter of the Chinese Communist Party. The alliance had always been uneasy, but in the years of 1925 through 1927, there were a series of disruptive strikes that were being led by the Chinese Communist Party. And of course, the capitalists didn't like that. So this guy, Chiang Kai-shek, basically ordered the slaughter of the Chinese Communist Party. And this brought down membership of the Chinese Communist Party disastrously. They were left with maybe a couple thousand members, if I remember correctly, and they were forced out to countryside. And from this point on, they basically have no influence in the working class and can never really regain it. So left with nothing and having to rebuild, they begin the task of rebuilding on the basis of the peasantry.
Autumn, you're not blocked anymore, but I don't want any more bullshit in the chat. If you don't have anything to say about the presentation, don't say anything at all. You're gonna get a timeout again.
In rural China, and start organizing a guerrilla army. And so during this period, Mao shows himself to be most up to the task, and he consolidates power in the party. A couple years later, Japan invades China, and they quickly capture Beijing, Nanjing, and Shanghai. They end up committing numerous war crimes, most infamously the rape of Nanjing, where they slaughtered millions of Chinese over a 6-week period. And you can see that they capture such a huge section of China. All these red areas without the lines are where the Japanese had control during their invasion, and the periods with the lines are where the parts with the lines are where the Chinese Communist Party has power. So at this point, basically, the Chinese Communist Party is engaged in a 3-way fight between the Kuomintang and the Japanese. So Wang Ming, who was sort of the representative of the Soviet line in the Chinese Communist Party, at this point is still arguing for an alliance between the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese Nationalist Party. Just instead of against the Qing dynasty, it's against the Japanese. But the Kuomintang end up suffering a lot of embarrassing defeats against the Japanese. So Wang Ming loses influence and ends up falling out with the party, and this perspective kind of dies. So in 1945, the Japanese are defeated in World War II, and they're forced to withdraw from China. And shortly after that, the Kuomintang are defeated by the Chinese Communist Party. Hilariously enough, the Kuomintang thought they had everything secured and laid off all of their soldiers immediately afterwards. So then the Chinese Communist Party just basically rolled over them in the course of a year or two, I think. So at this point, the Kuomintang are driven out into Formosa, as it was known then. Now it's known as Taiwan. And the People's Republic of China is established. Now, the immediate effects of this revolution are basically to remove the remaining feudal elements, the feudal landlords out in the countryside, and to start the process of industrial development, give land back to the peasants. This is essentially a bourgeois revolution. Mao called the government a block of 4 classes, but
they just said that the Chinese Cultural Revolution was essentially a bourgeois revolution. Look at this. This is amazing. They're calling Mao the bourgeois. Yo. They're calling Mao the bourgeois. James is so full of shit. And again, guys, we are listening to actual radical revolutionary socialists in America right now. Yeah, James can suck every dick. This is not about what we believe. This is about what they believe. And what they believe is that the Chinese Cultural Revolution was a bourgeois revolution. James is cooked. Yeah. True. True. Again, for those in the back, James. Yeah, Mao is the far right of the far left and the far east. Exactly, Bill. Exactly. Mao is the far right of the far left.
Developments, give land back to the peasants. This is essentially a bourgeois revolution.
Boom!
Mao called the government a block of four classes, but in reality, the Chinese Communist Party was in control of everything. You know, there was no, like, the four classes were workers, peasants, small capitalists, and big progressive capitalists. But you know, the Chinese Communist Party is in control of everything. You know, and not going to allow influence from any other class. You know, at this point, Mao, and we need to take a step back and really think about the sort of theoretical background for the Chinese communists. The Chinese communists didn't have access to very much in the way of socialist theory, because most of it wasn't available in Chinese. So only a minority of them are like really educated in any Marxist texts, and then the ones who are basically receiving most of their education through Stalinized Marxism. So
they're saying that the Chinese Communist Party didn't even have access to Mao, and most of what they're getting is from Stalin, who American socialists don't like. We've answered the question. This is why the actual far left never says anything about Mao and never says anything about China, because James Lindsay's full of shit. Average person says, my friend describes the CCP as more National Socialist. Is that a fair assumption? I mean, it kind of sounds like it. National Socialists did believe in private property. So maybe, yeah. Yeah, holy shit! Wouldn't that be something if the CCP and the Cultural Revolution was more akin to National Socialism than it was to radical revolutionary socialism in the United States? Oh, James is gonna flip his shit. Yeah, they really hate Stalin. They do.
You know, Mao basically tries to apply the same policies that Stalin did in Russia in order to rapidly industrialize China. And so he does the Great Leap Forward, which redirects a bunch of peasant labor towards industrial products rather than agricultural food products. And the result is widespread famine around the countryside.
Yep, exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we actually listen to the far left. Because our personal opinion does not matter. Whether or not we like China does not matter. What matters is how they feel about it. Because they're the ones that are winning. They're the ones that are in control. They're the ones that control all the institutions. They're the ones that are pushing a Marxist revolution in America. It doesn't matter what we think. It doesn't matter what our perspective is. It matters what their perspective is, because if you don't know your enemy, you cannot defeat them. This is why we listen to the real far left, because they will tell you what they think. When they say Stalin wasn't real socialism, exactly, they think that Stalinism was upkeeping the bourgeois. It was just a different form. Yeah, Michael O'Fallon's wife's opinion on the CCP doesn't matter. By the way, I've been secretly spying on the dissident right 488 radio network, and it seems they've really been amping up the slander against you. I mean, I don't give a fuck. I don't care what those retards have to say. You know what? Big Tech went in and defended my honor. I don't know that he meant it that way, but he did. So they can keep running their mouths. I don't really care. I just block them. They're morons. They don't matter. Thank you, though, rationalist.
The largest man-made famine in human history, as far as I know, and a massive drop in GDP, which you can see here.
Hey, listen. I have more reason to dislike the guy than most people do, but he did go into that 1488 radio space, and he did correct them on all the misconceptions they had about me, like overtly, for no reason. He didn't gain anything by doing that. And so I'm not going to shit on him when he's doing that. If he wants to go in and defend me from smear campaigns, I'm going to say thank you. I really appreciate that, because he didn't have any reason to do that.
So, understandably, everybody else in the Chinese Communist Party is like, we can't do that again. That did not work. So they sidelined Mao because of the failure of the Great Leap Forward, and a perspective like capitalist rotors is what they were called in the Chinese Communist Party starts to take hold. And after being sidelined for a few years, Mao wants to regain power, and it basically senses that his perspective is losing out in comparison to the more right-wing elements. And he launches the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, or just the Cultural Revolution, in response. And is basically claiming that the party has been overtaken by bourgeois elements, and that society needs a purge of all of the bourgeois elements in order to get on track for socialism. The results of this are basically that a bunch of youth and students form Red Guards. They end up massacring fellow workers and attacking authority figures. They destroy priceless historical artifacts. And there's just general chaos and destruction throughout the country.
They don't like Mao.
It's this ultra left campaign.
This is crazy.
Where Mao is basically trying to regain power in the party, but it's just not successful, and ends up being politically exhausted by 1972. And again, there's a big economic impact of the Cultural Revolution if we look here. So this ends up turning the generation of Chinese that are around at the time against Mao, and against that perspective to some extent. And Deng Xiaoping, who's one of the more right-wing capitalist rotors, comes to power within the party. Mao dies in 1976, which is when historians formally mark the end of the Cultural Revolution. And his perspective is basically to open up China for foreign investment and trade, create a private capitalist sector. And this is the outlook that China has maintained basically since then. And this marks the end of the Maoist period. So in terms of the components of Maoism that come out of this. There's the mass line, People's War, Cultural Revolution, and they have a particular and kind of nationalist viewpoint of oppression and imperialism. So we'll talk about these components more later on. They also inherit pretty much the core parts of Stalinism, including socialism in one country, the idea that you can build socialism in just one country, and they inherit a top-down view of socialism and an elitist view.
This is completely contradictory to everything that the left believes in America. They do not believe that you can build socialism in one country. They believe that socialism has to be globalist. You might think that makes them sound like the WEF. Both of those are globalist organizations, but they both want to control the same people, so it just means they're going to fight at some point. Doesn't mean they're the same thing. It just means they're both globalists and they're going to fight. It means like it's like the Red Sox and the Yankees. They both want to win the World Series, therefore they need to fight at some point. Okay? You can't do socialism in one country according to the far left. You can't do tops-down socialism. Socialism is bottom-up. You can't have an elite view of the party because that is going to fundamentally create a hierarchy, and the goal of the far left is to eliminate all hierarchy. So they're fundamentally against Stalin, which means they're fundamentally against Mao, which means James Lindsay's full of shit.
With the party, like the idea that, you know, the party can run society
Not
on behalf
really.
of workers. So, you know,
look at this. Average Person says the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists say on their website that China and Cuba have nothing to do with socialism. Cheers. Now they're going to shit talk Maoists. This is going to be fun for us.
you know, after this, it's important to note that the Maoist, like Mao's regime was training other people to sort of establish their own Maoist countries, or, you know, Maoist regimes. And a couple of movements that were inspired by Mao include the Shining Path of Peru, the Naxalites of India, the Black Panther Party, and lots of other organizations. Of course, I'm sure we all have experience with some certain local American Maoist organizations, but I think they're not worth mentioning in this presentation yet, maybe in the discussion section. So I wanted to talk about the Shining Path just briefly, because I feel like it's a good viewpoint of what Maoism as a sort of theoretical tradition looks like when it's tried to be, when they try to apply it. So this is just going to be a brief talk about the Shining Path, which was a Maoist organization in Peru. Peru began as a feudal state founded by Spanish conquistadors in 1542. It absorbs the former Incan Empire. Simón Bolívar, 300 years later, throws out the Spanish, and then Peru basically becomes dependent on foreign imperialism in order to survive, and has a history of going back and forth between liberal democracy and military dictatorship. One such period of military dictatorship was from 1968 to 1980. Now, previously in the 1920s, 30s, the Peruvian Communist Party had been established by a guy named Mariátegui. We should probably read his books sometime. Yeah, during the period of the military dictatorship, there were a lot of splits in the on the left.
No. They're flat out telling you that's not what they're going to implement. They're flat out telling you that. Stop. Like, this is the bargaining stage. This is what happens when people find stuff out about the left that contradicts what their conservative influencers have told them. And so then we go through a bargaining stage. But it's still real. It's still real. It's still real, right? Just because the left is saying it's not real, that doesn't mean it's not real. It's still real, right? And you're doing this because you don't want to go through the cognitive dissonance of believing that you've been lied to massively by people that you trusted. And it might take a minute for you to go through the cognitive dissonance, but I'm not going to reinforce what we do not have evidence for. And we do not have evidence that the far left is trying to institute Maoism in America. In fact, we have contradictory evidence. They're flat out telling you that Mao had a hierarchy. Mao had a hierarchy. Stalin had a hierarchy. By implementing no hierarchy, that is a middle finger to Mao and to Stalin. It's not the same thing.
Left and in the Communist Party, and one such split was the Shining Path, founded by Abimael Guzman, also known by his pen name Gonzalo, after a trip to Mao's China, where he was actually being educated by Mao's regime in his politics. And, you know, basically their orientation was, instead of organizing workers in the cities because they're too bought off or conservative or whatever, we're going to organize peasants in the rural areas and establish socialism that way. So for the first 10 years of the Shining Path's existence, they were mostly just building up their organization and creating cadre. But in 1980 is when the Shining Path really starts, like enters into the political scene.
Nick, I just saw Nick Incognito's DM. Nick just sent me an article from the Revolutionary Communist International, which is the international organization of the Revolutionary Communists of America. The title of this article is Stalin's Responsibility in the Creation of Israel and Its Disastrous Consequences. Oh! The real socialists hate Stalin so bad. They hate Stalin so bad that they're actually ripping on Stalin for having a hand in creating Israel. Good
so
find, Nick.
1980
Good
marks
find.
the end of the Peruvian state's military dictatorship. They returned the previous president, Belaunde, who had been overthrown in a military coup beforehand, returns to office. And the Shining Path basically denounces the elections and starts burning ballot boxes and calls for people's war against the Peruvian state. They also, at this point, demonstrate that they are willing to use violence against other groups on the left, including Marxists who are critical of them, and trade unionists. Essentially, anybody who's critical of them, they will assassinate or attack or, you know, beat or whatever. And initially, the Shining Path benefited from a tepid government response. If you remember, Belaunde was overthrown in the military coup, so he's not willing to give the military the full power that it needs to defeat the Shining Path necessarily. So instead, they're relying on rondas, which are groups of armed peasants, basically like, you know, a community defense organization and the police to take down the Shining Path.
Yeah, exactly.
And the Shining Path quickly takes over a couple of rural areas.
Exactly. Why doesn't the left ever attack Stalin? They complain about Stalin all the fucking time. It's almost like conservatives don't actually listen.
And as soon as they get into power, they start getting into conflicts with the peasants. This goes back to their fundamentally undemocratic political outlook. Now, just to talk a little bit about the Shining Path, they were mostly middle-class intellectuals, were kind of the basis of the party. And their perspective was that they were going to march into these rural areas and declare themselves the leaders because they had the guns, basically.
Come on, I just want to say, I feel like I've given everyone a pretty good stream tonight. We've been going for almost 4 hours. There's been yelling. There's been admonishing. There's been banning. There's been sage lessons. There's been debunking James Lindsay's bullshit. We have about 12 more minutes of this presentation, and then we're going to wrap for the night. And I would really like to meet that super chat goal. So if you appreciate this stream, if you appreciate the fact that I have yelled so much I am losing my voice, please feel free to send in $5, $10, $26. Help us get to that super chat goal. I'm not asking too much. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I had to prep for this stream earlier. That's additional time. I am funded entirely by you guys. I am funded by you. If you don't pay me money, this stuff doesn't happen. And I want to make it free for as many people as I can, but I got to pay my mortgage somehow. So help me meet the super chat goal, and I would really appreciate it, all right? If 5 people send in $5, if 4 people send in $5 and 1 person sends in $6, we meet the goal. All right, this is not too much. There's 117 people of you watching on YouTube. There's many people watching over on, there's dozens of people watching over on Rumble. We can do this, all right? Tolkien Fan says, learning the far left's view on Stalin and Mao helps explain why they say socialism hasn't been tried and how ignorant the conservative right is. Nick says, no pressure, but come on, peeps, pony up. No struggle session, maybe later. Thank you, Nick. Hey, thank you, Shadow. $5 for Queen. We love the yelling. Thank you, Reddit. It's a job. Imagine not getting paid. Yeah, this sucks the life out of me, guys. It sucks the life out of me. We've got $1 more left to go. Actually, wait, no. We have $6 more left to go. $6 more. That's all we need. $6 more. $6 more. That's like a cup of coffee. Come on. You pay more than a cup of that for a cup of coffee at Starbucks. I believe in you guys. So close, Mizakan. We need $2 more. Mizakan sent in Canadian. He sent in Canadian. It doesn't count as the full $5. It's yay! Alex did it. We made it to our goal. Alex pushed us over the finish line, as he almost always does. Thank you, Alex. $1 more than Nick. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. You can still send me money if you want, but we did meet the goal, and I appreciate that.
And this, immediately brings them into conflict with the people living there.
New super chat from Imperious. Late to the stream. Are American leftist Leninists? Yes, that is a great question. Yes, the vast majority of American leftists are Leninists, and they hate Stalinists. The vast majority of American far leftists are Marxist Leninists. And so what Leninists believe, and I covered this earlier, but you, I think, just joined, and so you paid me money, so I'll be nice to you. Like, the vast majority of, Marxist Leninists, they hate Stalinists because basically they believe that Stalin fucked everything up and ruined everything. So they believe that the real reason that real communism has never been tried is because of Stalin. And so their goal is to go back to Lenin. They do not want Stalin. But great question. Hey, D, I appreciate you. Thank you for the generous super chat. We'll add this to our goal. See, now we're way past the goal, guys. I do appreciate it.
Very obvious reasons. Now, one such conflict was in Lucanamarca, a town, like a rural town out in Peru. So they had taken over the town, and then a ronda had attacked their base of operations and killed 13 of their guerrillas, including the commander who was stationed out there. And the Shining Path basically decided that, or accused the villagers there of supporting this attack, and decided to massacre the villagers and revenge. They killed 69 villagers, 18 of which were children, one of which was a 6-month-old baby.
Oh, God.
So it gives you an idea of just how liberatory their project really was.
They're basically talking about how disgusted they are by Maoists.
So after the government has failed multiple times to get rid of the Shining Path, and you know, using the police and the rondas and like, you know, handicapping the military is not working. A guy named Fujimori wins presidency in 1990, and
Yo!
he initially
Honest Dog Allison! Thank you for the amazing super sticker, Honest Dog Allison. I appreciate you as always. Our zine Honest Dog Allison, did you know that that Average Person went to the Seattle Revolutionary Socialist book fair today and got a whole bunch of zines? Also, Honest Dog Allison, I don't know if you know this, Reagan found a massive stash of queer zines throughout the decades that we're not going to publish the address of right now, but she can put it in the Discord if she hasn't already. Reagan found a massive stash of queer zines. Average Person's floor is littered with anarchist zines right now. He's going to share them with all of us. It's going to be great.
Has trouble getting Congress to approve the repression of the Shining Path using a military, and to get approval, basically he just suspends Congress and says, you know, this is what I'm doing. I'm gonna have the military, you know, I'm gonna take the gloves off, declare martial law, allow secret trials, and, you know, jail and disappear and execute anybody who seems even slightly sympathetic to the Shining Path. So this repression is disastrous for Peru. It causes the death of something like 70,000 Peruvians, about 600,000 people throughout Peru, and
that's crazy.
Peru and the Shining Path ends up actually dissolving. Because
they're basically saying that Maoism is not real communism. I hope everyone understands that. Maoism is not real communism.
The Peruvian government finds out where Guzman is living, and they capture him and bring him to jail. As soon as Guzman ends up in jail, he starts compromising and starts calling for peace talks and all of that between the government and the Shining Path members. And because there's no internal leadership in the Shining Path apart from Guzman, the party splits and folds almost immediately. You know, at the end of this conflict, basically both Fujimori and Guzman end up serving life sentences in jail. Fujimori mostly for his human rights abuses, and Guzman for Lucana Marca and for you know, trying to overthrow the government. So this is the part of the talk where we kind of talk about the differences that we have with Maoism and the critiques that we have. So, you know, in no particular order, socialism in one country. Our view is that socialism can't be built in just one country. And I think that's shown in practice. You know, if you can't just hermetically seal a country off from the rest of the world and presume that that is going to be socialism. You know, as long as there's other capitalist nations around there, you're going to have military competition, economic competition, and you're at best going to achieve a worker state.
James is wrong. I'm right.
Now, another thing is that, you know, Maoists generally have a bureaucratic, top-down view of how the party should operate.
That means a hierarchy.
You know, some of them even claim that there is an inherently petty bourgeois nature to the Revolutionary Party, which is...
Oh my god, there's a petit bourgeois nature to the CCP? Holy shit, James is so cooked. Nathaniel! Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, conservatives have been lying, haven't they? I just caught up and oh my fucking god, I am so mad right now. These people have been saying this out loud and the right-wing influencers have ignored this. What the ever-loving fuck? At least I know now. See, this is a common reaction. Common reaction. Not only have we been lied to by the left, we've been lied to by the right. Because the right doesn't like China. And the right wants to make China the big bad boogeyman. And so they said, the Cultural Revolution in America is Maoism with Chinese characteristics. And then they used James Lindsay to shill that shit all over the country. And I'm not saying that the Chinese Cultural Revolution is good. I'm not saying I endorse it. I'm not saying I condone it. I have nothing but respect for Lily Tang Williams, who has been speaking out against this stuff for years. I have less respect for Z Van Fleet, who has shilled James Lindsay's talking points even when presented evidence to the contrary, but she still did survive the Chinese Cultural Revolution, so I will give her props to a certain extent. I'm not taking that away from her. But the fact is, conservative influencers have been lying about this for a long-ass time. This is public on the internet. You can find real radical revolutionary socialists saying they do not like Mao. They do not co-sign this. They believe that the CCP is the petit bourgeois. America does not have Maoism with American characteristics. That is a talking point that's been made up by James Lindsay for money that is unhinged from reality. Some of them even claim there is inherently petit bourgeois because conservatives refuse to actually listen. Yep. Again?
Some of them even claim that there is an inherently petty bourgeois nature to the Revolutionary Party, which is, from our perspective, nonsense. From our perspective, the party needs to be democratic and accountable to the working class in order to succeed. And the Revolutionary Party is a party of the working class. It's not its keeper or its manager. It's not, it's not the representative of a better ruling class. It is the representative of the working class. Now, here's where we talk about the mass line. So the mass line is summarized by Maoists as from the masses to the masses. The idea is that you collect ideas from, the masses, which could be any class, and bring it back to the party. The party then interprets the ideas of the masses and creates a revolutionary program, brings it back to the people for feedback. They take that feedback back to the party, so on and so forth. The problem with this approach is that it's not really a scientific way to determine your political line. In our situation, the vast majority of workers in the United States are not revolutionary. They're not interested in, getting rid of the US government. If we called for, the overthrow of the US government, the vast majority of workers would tell us to pound sand.
Wait, what? Seriously? Ian Malcolm and Leonard Ajani have group chats where they're encouraging people to come to your live streams and troll you by asking disingenuous questions. Aha. Do you mean to tell me, Rationalist? And Rationalist, I would love if you could provide me screenshots. You can slide into my DMs on Twitter. I promise I won't give you up. Are you telling me that Ian Malcolm is a disingenuous, intellectually dishonest shill? Are you telling me that Ian Malcolm has been whining about me? Are you telling me that Leonard Ajani is so annoyed that I banished her to the woods because Leonard Ajani pretends to be racist but fucks black people? And I'm not judging people. I don't really care who you sleep with. But when you're pretending to be racist on Twitter for clout, and then you fuck black people, that just seems to be a little disingenuous to me. Again, I don't care who people have sex with. I don't care if people are black or white or like whatever. It doesn't matter to me. I've only ever slept with white people. I have actually never slept with someone who's not white, just for the record. But Leonardo Johnny can't say that, even though she pretends to be racist on Twitter and still fucks black people. If Ian Malcolm's trolls want to come into my chat, they're welcome to do so, and I will just yell at them, and I'll make an example of them, and then I will block them, and then I will never have to deal with them again, because they are not smart enough to hang with my audience. Another failed comedian. Leonardo's not even funny. Not even funny. No e-girls. Ever. Not even once. Not even that blonde journalist that was in Nick's studio last night. Nick may have lost his virginity and none of us know about it. You know, we're just going to hope. We're going to hope and pray that that didn't happen. No e-girls ever. Oh, Leonardo hangs out with Chrissy Mayer. Imagine my shock. Yep. Nick Fuentes exposed. Blonde woman in his studio last night. Nick is all grown up now. Nick is a man. I was like happy for Nick. I was like, oh my God, Nick has a girlfriend? Nick has a secret blonde girlfriend? And then he's like, she's a journalist. And we're all like, yeah, okay, Nick. Okay. We'll believe it when we see the piece, Nick. We'll believe it when we see the journalism, Nick. I would be happy for Nick having a girlfriend, though, if I'm honest about it. Nick works hard. He deserves to have a little excitement in his life, all right? I just love that it was just the hair and then it was like... It was like the whole Groiper-verse exploded. Blonde Gate 2024. Nick has a girlfriend. Not really, but maybe. Who knows?
Or something, you know. So we need to come up with our line scientifically based on the class interests of the working class.
Hey,
and then
thanks,
argue
Suzanne.
for that,
I appreciate
and try
you.
to win people to that perspective.
Thank you.
Not try to accommodate to existing consciousness, which is what the mass line really ends up doing. The next critique that I have, and that I think we have generally, is of guerrilla warfare. So Maoists generally called for guerrilla warfare at the beginning. They call for military conflict by organizing out in the rural countryside, or, you know, maybe some Maoist organizations. Like I read about one in Argentina that tried some urban guerrilla warfare tactics. The problem with this is that armies are not democratic institutions. You know, if we're building a guerrilla army, then we're building a chain of command, and it's just not
a chain of command is a hierarchy. They don't like hierarchy. Remember, democratic institutions for socialists means socialism. Socialism is the only true form of democracy. Look, they even say hierarchy. It even says hierarchy.
Democratic institution. You have to maintain discipline. You have to follow the orders of your commanding officer. There's no room for debate about your orders when you're a soldier. So, you know, if your perspective is guerrilla warfare, then your perspective is that democracy is secondary, essentially. And you're not teaching your members how to engage in democratic debate and how to control and run society for themselves. Furthermore, in most cases, violence is going to decrease working class participation. It causes people to stand back, to become fearful, or to think that
they were subverting the working class.
Currently engaging in violence, or the guerrilla army, are going to do it for them rather than them becoming a part of the process. So, you know, none of this is to say that we disagree with the use of violence, you know, for a revolution. It would be completely utopian for us to think that we could overthrow the government without guns. That would just be nonsense. But our perspective is that we
I'm sorry, did he just throw that in there? Did we just hit on a massive golden nugget completely by accident? Hang on. Let's listen to the radical revolutionary communists to talk about using guns to overthrow the federal government. I thought we were winding down, but no, we still had one more peak left to go. Hang on.
none of this is to say that we disagree with the use of violence, for a revolution. It would be completely utopian for us to think that we could overthrow the government without guns. That would just be nonsense. But
who told you earlier that the radical revolutionary socialists in America were planning the violent overthrow of the capitalist government? Who told you that earlier? Who said it? Was that me? Oh yeah, that was me. That was me. Let's listen to one more time the radical revolutionary socialists talking about using guns and violence to overthrow the United States government. On video, on YouTube, in public, but no one's listened to it except for us. Again, we don't really disagree with violence. I'm just saying. Yep, if anyone wants to send in a $2 Carlin was right tip jar, now is the time.
None of this is to say that we disagree with the use of violence, for a revolution. It would be completely utopian for us to think that we could overthrow the government without guns. That would just be nonsense. But our perspective is that we need to organize among the rank and file of the military, because the rank and file of the military have guns already, and they don't.
What? Don't worry, guys. We have a plan to get the guns. We have a plan to get the guns. Oh, thank you, Jane. Apologize. I missed your super chat. Don't worry, guys. We have a plan to get the guns. We're going to recruit the rank and file of the military. This is the Denver Communists. They are far-left radical revolutionary socialists. They are members of the Firebrand Collective, which is an organized affiliation between the Denver Communists, the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists, the Boston Revolutionary Socialists. I'm sorry, again? Yeah. Again?
Rather than them becoming a part of the process. None of this is to say that we disagree with the use of violence, for a revolution. It would be completely utopian for us to think that we could overthrow the government without guns. That would just be nonsense. But our perspective is that we need to organize among the rank and file of the military, because the rank and file of the military have guns already, and they don't derive any material benefits from being in the military. And we call to organize them and say to turn their guns instead of at us towards their superiors. Yeah.
What have I been saying? The Civil War is going to happen, but the Civil War is not going to be left versus right. The Civil War is not going to be red versus blue. The Civil War is going to be radical revolutionary socialist versus the United States government. This is the second radical revolutionary socialist group that I have on video talking about the violent overthrow of the United States government. Explicitly saying they're going to use the military to do it. Explicitly saying it's not that we're going to use our guns, we're just going to infiltrate the military and we're going to recruit the rank and file in the military. We're going to get the military to turn their guns on the government. And P.S., we don't like Mao, and Mao is like Stalin, and we reject Maoism, even though James Lindsay is running around saying the American Cultural Revolution is Maoism with Chinese characteristics, not because it's true, but because he is shilling conservative talking points. You guys remember, right? Aaron Bushnell? Aaron Bushnell is the guy who lit himself on fire a couple months ago in favor of Palestine. Aaron Bushnell was a radical revolutionary socialist. We know that because in his manifesto, he was using socialist language. He literally set himself on fire while wearing a military uniform. The far left has been working on infiltrating the military for years. When I say we are like 10 to 15 years away from the violent overthrow of the government, what I mean is they have been recruiting in the military and in the government for fucking decades. And they've got all these people that are just sitting there waiting. They're waiting. They're waiting to be activated. And they're doing their military job. They're doing their government-funded job. They're going in every day. They're doing their government-funded job. They're getting paid by our tax dollars. And they're just waiting to be activated for this. The U.S. military recruiting foreigners within its ranks. I don't even think this is about foreigners. I don't even think this is about foreigners. Okay, I'm sorry. I know we've listened to this like 3 times already, but we need to listen to it again because this is everything. Yeah, you're right. I should clip this. I should clip this actually directly. Hang on. You're right. Oh, shoot. My clipping thing shut itself off, but I'm going to start it back up again. It's just going to take a second. Like the end of the night, the last clip of the night. Who would have thought it? Hang on. My clippy clip tool is going through a process of starting up again after it shut down last night. Accidentally. Shit, those of you guys who made it to the very end, you really hit gold tonight, man. You hit gold tonight. I just gotta wait a second. It's still starting up. You're making clips too, Reagan. Thank you. I appreciate that. Guys, I could really use some people clipping my stuff. If anyone wants to volunteer to clip my stuff, or even, you don't even have to clip my stuff. You can clip like socialism stuff in general. It is a ton of work. Making clips sucks. But people need to see this, is the point. People need to see it. My clipping tool is still starting up. It's going real slow. I have way too many things loaded right now on my computer. My computer needs to be restarted is what needs to happen. Now it's still loading. I've still got the spinning wheel of death, but this is important, so we're going to wait for it. In the meantime, I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. As we are waiting for my clipping tool to load, we only have a couple minutes left. I really appreciate everyone who made it till the very end. We're going to make a clip of radical revolutionary socialists talking about utilizing the military to violently overthrow the United States government. No big deal. It's not like this hasn't existed on the internet forever. It's not like we're the only people to watch this shit. Oh, wait, we are. We're literally the only people to watch this. We can all just take this time as my clipping tool is opening and putting 11,000 windows onto my desktop. We can all just take the time to really contemplate what it means. That we are literally the only people watching this stuff on the internet. This stuff exists out there. You just need to know how to find it. I know how to find this because I've been doing this for years now. And we have watched 4.5 hours of communism tonight just to find this one clip. This is what's required. This is why I tell people to sit through the boring shit. This is what is required. It's not fun. It's not entertaining, although we do drink alcohol. Or I drink alcohol. I bet some of you are probably drinking alcohol as well. Okay, let me just set up my recording. All right, we're doing this live. We're getting our clip. Our clippy clip start. Don't fuck with me, clipping tool. Just start. No! Recording error. Come on. Again, come on. I know you can do this. Don't do this to me, clipping tool. I might have to. Oh, no, it's starting. It's starting. No one touch anything. It's starting. All right. We're back.
The activists currently engaging in violence or the guerrilla army are going to do it for them rather than them becoming a part of the process. So, you know, none of this is to say that we disagree with the use of violence, you know, for a revolution. It would be completely utopian for us to think that we could overthrow the government without guns. That would just be nonsense. But our perspective is that we need to organize among the rank and file of the military, because the rank and file of the military have guns already, and they don't derive any material benefits from being in the military. And we call to organize them and say to turn their guns instead of at us towards their superiors. Yeah. And this comes from the Russian Revolution, which, you know, the Russian army the rank and file of the Russian army actually turned their guns on the commanders.
This all comes from the Russian Revolution because they idolize Lenin. Not Mao, not Stalin, Lenin. Let me just make sure I've got that clip saved. It's taking a minute here. They think it will be a society based on equity. I've outlined what the socialist utopia looks like extensively on my Substack. You can find it there. They think that it will be a society without crime, a society where everyone is taken care of, blah-de-dee, blah-de-dee, blah. All right, let's wrap up. We've got a couple more minutes left.
Besides that, Maoists have a particular viewpoint of oppression and imperialism. I think this viewpoint on oppression is really best represented by like the book Settlers by Sakai. Essentially, they argue that workers in imperialist countries benefit from imperialism.
Bro, you think the federal government is gonna investigate this? I can't even get conservative media to report on this. This is, like I said, this is not the first clip that I have found where radical revolutionary socialists are advocating the overthrow of the United States government. I can't even get conservative media to report on this. You think the government under Joe Biden is going to investigate this? By the way, the government under Donald Trump wouldn't either. They don't care. The far left is operating completely unopposed in the United States. And I know, listen, I don't want to diminish this. Listen. I feel like the more I listen, the more insane it all gets. Listen. There are a lot of you tonight that are probably going to be feeling pissed off. But I want you to understand that even the people who claim to be on your team do not care about what we're seeing tonight. I have tried for years to get people to cover this stuff. We find stuff like this all the time that's more outlandish than the next, that's more outlandish and crazy than the next. Well, Harmeet does share it. Harmeet does. That's true. If you guys want people to know about this, you need to share it. I'll put it up on my Substack. I'll make a clip for my YouTube channel. I'll put it up on Twitter. You guys need to share it. Because that's the only way people are going to know about this. This is never going to be investigated by the government. This is never going to be reported on conservative media. No one's going to talk about this because it's not in the approved news cycle. And also, this goes against the talking points that the conservative right has. So they're not going to report on it because of that. If you want people to know about this, you have to tell people about this. I'll make the clips available and all that, but you have to tell people.
White workers benefit from racism, male workers benefit from patriarchy, etc. They have like a separatist perspective. Our viewpoint is that this harms solidarity between workers, and that the only real beneficiaries of oppression are the capitalist class and the corporations they own. Even though it is always better to be white than to be black, better to be in the U.S. than to be in a colonized country. An injury to one is an injury to all, and that applies to everybody in the working class, regardless of their opinions otherwise. So, in conclusion, Maoism did do some good things in China. It removed the feudal elements, got rid of the Japanese and the Kuomintang. China is not a vassal state of U.S. imperialism, which is, a good thing. But China remains a class society. It's definitely not a socialist, and it's not a workers' state in any meaningful sense. The Chinese Communist Party is not a workers' party. And,
oh my
the
God!
applications that we've seen of Maoism.
The Chinese Communist Party is not a workers' party. James cooked again.
State in any meaningful sense.
Look at this.
The Chinese Communist Party is not a workers' party. And, the applications that we've seen of Maoism, where there hasn't been a nationalist objective, like drawing out an imperialist aggressor or getting rid of, feudal elements, have generally not been very successful. And the Shining Path is sort of emblematic of that. If you look at the recommended readings, like the Tivy article, she talks about how it went for the Naxalites, and it's very similar to the results that the Shining Path had, where there's just campaign of repression that ends up hitting the whole of society in a disastrous way, and there's not a lot that you get from in terms of positives at the end of it. And like I said, Maoism is a development of Stalinism, so it inherits all the problematic elements of Stalinism. Guerrilla warfare is undemocratic, doesn't lead to socialism, and they have a problematic view of oppression and imperialism. So I hope that clarifies for everybody what our differences are between.
Yes, it does.
Between us and Maoists.
Thank you.
And I look forward to everybody's discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, it does.
This is not normal.
Let's just hang on. What the fuck?
First thing I want to talk about is why should I give this presentation?
Hang on. This has been live on the internet since March 8th, 2023. Really think about that. This is just one example, probably, of radical revolutionary socialists shitting on Maoists. This has been live on the internet since March 8th, 2023. It has less than 400 views. And you guys know I love nothing more than when we find things that have no views. Because just because it has no views on YouTube doesn't mean it's not impactful in the real world, because they're presenting this stuff among themselves. This was part of a Zoom call. I know how the Denver communists work. This was a Zoom organizing call with all of their members. They just put this selective recording on their YouTube. They have the full recording somewhere else, by the way. This is not even the full recording. This is a recording of one section of their Zoom call. No one bothers to watch this stuff but us. I cannot emphasize this enough. No one bothers to watch this stuff but us. So if you made it to the end, I want to congratulate you to making it to the end of another Socialism Saturday. I want to remind you that you can support the work I'm doing by supporting my Substack, Carlyn, Karlyn.substack.com. I have the video vault where that clip that we made earlier will be going in. That's a list of clips of socialist trainings that basically say the quiet part out loud. I'm doing breakdowns of the far left. This is all totally free. Well, not all of it's totally free. The Inner Circle podcast is supporter only. But if you support the work I'm doing for $8 a month, $80 a year, you will get invited to a number of supporter perks to include Zoom calls and Discord calls with me and members of my community that are private and unrecorded. We do movie night on Sunday. We do movie night on every Sunday at 8 p.m. We're also starting to do movie nights throughout the week. Mac B is hosting movie night on Monday now, but tomorrow at 8 p.m. we're going to be watching the Robin Williams classic, What Dreams May Come. How you get access to that is by heading over. So tomorrow I'm going to send out an email that looks like this. It's not going to be this email because this was last week's email. It's going to be tomorrow's email. It's called the Unwoke Roundup. And when you get the Unwoke Roundup, what you want to do is scroll all the way down to the bottom. And underneath this red box is going to be access to our supporter perks. That includes access to our community calls. That includes access to the supporter Discord. That includes access to a 10% off coupon in the Unwoke Art Store, which is my merchandise store. And that's available for supporters only. And you can find that tomorrow on my Substack. Come and watch What Dreams May Come with us tomorrow at 8 p.m. You can also support my work by heading over to speaksocialist.substack.com. This is where I'm publicly writing my next book, which is going to be a re-education book about everything you need to know about the far left. It's basically going to be a study guide for Socialism Saturday. It's going to be a study guide for people who need to get up to speed on what the far left is actually doing. I'm distilling all the information that I know in my head down into a book that anyone can access to say, here is what the left thinks, here's what they say in their trainings, here's what they actually believe, in plain English. Everything you need to know. And I'm posting the drafts over on this Substack so you can access the drafts before it becomes an actual book. This Substack is $10 a month or $100 a year. This is a premium Substack because you're getting access to my book before it's published. And when you sign up for this, you will get a free digital copy of my book when I have it ready, but right now I'm just publishing it, so that's going to be what it is. Mandatory guide to be on your person at all times. Well, that is the hope, Shadow. That is the hope. Hey, listen, I want to thank everyone that came out for Socialism Saturday. I know I started this in a bad mood, but I ended it in a good mood. Why did I end it in a good mood? Because James Lindsay is full of shit. Just like I've been saying. Just like I've been saying. Just like I've been saying, James is full of shit. And we caught him, and we caught him again, just like we catch him every single goddamn time. And now we have the clip to prove it. So I appreciate everyone coming out. Should we stick with the Denver Communists? The Denver Communists have so much content. And I kind of love the Denver Communists because they do stuff like they did tonight. They say, hey, we're organizing the military to overthrow the federal government. And we're like, oh, yeah? Maybe we'll just keep with the Denver Communists next week. Maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe we'll watch something else. Time will tell. But that's all I've got for tonight, guys. Thank you for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to go chill and maybe do some Twitter spaces and maybe hang out on my own. And I take Sundays off, so I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I will see you guys on Monday. Take care. Have a good one. We'll see you soon. Bye.